nutshell. That's a very simplified way of putting it. So your primary rights, traditionally people have gone to cinema first before going to other platforms. So your rights to cinema is what you will sell to a distributor. If you released a film and you went to Film One, for instance, it's the cinema rights you'd be giving them. Now you can decide to give them all your rights, so cinema plus streaming plus education plus this, or you can decide, you know what, I'll handle these other ones, you just handle cinema for me, okay? Then ancillary or secondary rights, so that's where you have in-flight, like I explained, that's in airlines, in airplanes. You have VOD, VOD is basically streaming, VOD means video on demand. You have pay TV, you have onboard entertainment, you have hotels. Sometimes hotels can license films, or they can license a streamer and they'll showcase the films and they'll pay for the film. And then you have education. So again, the typical film journey, right? It's changing now, but the typical film journey is cinema, in-flight, TVOD. TVOD is transactional video on demand. So your Apple TV. Transactional just means you're renting it. So you're paying to watch this film, and you have the link for, say, 24 hours, 48 hours before it expires, right? Premium SVOD, that's where you have your Netflix and Prime. Pay TV, SVOD. AVOD is advertising video on demand, which YouTube falls under. So AVOD basically means any platform where you're paid based on how many ads are streamed on your film or series, right? And then of course free to air is usually the last window. Yes, so it's usually the last window, right? You don't want to go and put your film first on free to air, no matter how much they're offering you, because you are going to what we call cannibalize your film. Because what it means is that you can't now take it to any of the ones that come before. If I can see your film on YouTube or free to air, then why would I want to get it for YouTube, Netflix? Even Showmax, if they license a film from YouTube, they'll tell you to take it off YouTube, right, for the period it's going to show on their platform. So you want to be careful. I know some of you haven't started making films, but you may start making films very soon. So it's good to have that in mind, right? Working with distributors. Some people look at distributors as devils. Oh, just waiting to take all your money and all your rights. And sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. But you have to be smart about it and understand the game and the field you're playing in. Once you're equipped with the knowledge to deal with them, then it's harder for them to scam you, okay? So firstly, in your rights allocation, what rights are you giving them? Some distributors will tell you that they can put your film everywhere, all over. Is a lie. Let me just tell you now, that's not true for the most part, right? That's not true for the most part. So you have to think about what rights you are giving them. If you're a filmmaker who attends film markets, you might want to give them just cinema while you handle the other rights. If you're someone who attends film markets or you have access to streaming platforms, acquisition managers, etc., right? You might want to do that part yourself, and then we call that hybrid distribution, where you're self-distributing on one hand, but you also have a distribution company distributing for you, so it's hybrid, okay? So your rights allocation, are you giving them cinema or streaming? Here in Nigeria, most distributors do a la carte, they do everything. Abroad, sometimes you find specialized distributors. So you have people that only focused on in-flight, that's all they do. In-flight, usually the contracts last 2 to 6 months. You can get paid anything from $2,000 to $6,000 for African films. That's for in-flight. It could vary. It could vary, but that's pretty much the, yeah. So revenue sharing models. This usually is for SVOD platforms, right? So you can be 50-50. So they say if your film makes $1,000 in ad streaming, right, we'll pay you $500, we keep $500. It could be 60-40, depends on what you negotiate with them. Generally, for streaming platforms, it's 50-50, right? For streaming platforms that don't pay you upfront. Netflix pays you upfront. YouTube does 55-45, right? Some other platforms do 50-50. Expenses and marketing. Expenses could mean your legal fees. You need lawyers to draw up your contracts to make sure you're not being screwed over. Okay. Your marketing includes social media ads, your media rounds, podcast rounds, billboards, etc. Sometimes distributors will handle that for you on their own accounts, and then they will remove their expenses. They will deduct their expenses, and then before they now split, right? So you get your net revenue after they've removed their marketing expenses. Broadcast media type. So this is basically, is it TV? Is it streaming? Is it cinema? Is it mobile? That's what broadcast type is. Now these things you're seeing, you see them in your contracts. As a producer, you have to be very vigilant about that. Okay, what broadcast? If someone tells you, oh, I want to license your film, and they don't put what broadcast they are putting in, you might be getting scammed, because what will happen is they will tell you it's for one platform. Meanwhile, they are putting it on many platforms. Okay, so you also have to be vigilant about that. What platform, what broadcast type is your content going on? Exclusivity. If I'm taking your film exclusively, then it means you don't have to go and give your film to another distributor or put it on another platform. But that also means that I expect you as a distributor to bring your A game and get me platforms. So you also have to be careful. If someone is telling you, I want to handle your film exclusively, do they have the chops for that? Can they really put your film in different platforms, right? Because you don't want someone to hold your film for like 6 months to a year, and at the end of the day, by the time they are done with your film, you can't even make money off your film because you signed a contract that gave them exclusive rights to it. So you want to be careful. Ask questions, okay? The worst that will happen is they will say, we don't want your film. That's the worst that will happen. Holdbacks, okay? So I can say, okay, I'm releasing in Africa, but I want to handle Nigeria because I live in Nigeria, I understand the market. You can handle the rest of Africa. I can say, okay, I'm dealing with West Africa, but only Anglophone West Africa. You have your connections in Francophone Africa, so handle that for me because that's where your connections are, but hold back anything that has to do with Anglophone Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, you know, let that be for me. Territory. Your territory is where you are, where the film is going to be shown. So territory, Africa, you can even break it down. East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, etc., right? You can do North America, South America. You can do the Americas, meaning North and South together. It can be only Latin American region. You can decide Eastern Europe. Now, a distributor can say, okay, I like your film, but I want the rights for Eastern Europe. Yeah, I want the rights for Eastern Europe. I'm not going to distribute it in all these other territories. I just want the rights for Eastern Europe. And it means that you are still free to distribute or work with a distributor that works in other regions. So it's what we call divvying up your rights according to territories. I've had situations where the French version of a film, the French rights of a film were licensed, but not the English rights. So the French rights were licensed to platforms in French-speaking territories, and they still allowed us to put the film in other territories that were not French-speaking. So that's how you can also, in your contract, most times you'll see global. Most distributors do not have global access. So when they say global, ask, where is global, right? What do you mean in global? What can you get me globally? Most times they won't be able to give you those kind of information. So you want to be careful about signing. The reason why you want to be careful is if you were really to follow contracts, right? I know here sometimes you don't really follow contracts, but if you were to follow contracts, if I as a distributor give you a contract and you sign global rights to me, if you go and broker a deal by yourself, you still have to pay me, even though I wasn't the one that got that deal. Do you get what I'm saying? So you want to be careful. People don't really follow up here, it's true, but you never know. People are getting wiser now. So be careful, look at your contracts. What are you signing? Don't be so eager to sign off your film that you don't ask questions. Language restriction, I already talked about that. You know, you can decide, okay, you can dub this film in any language except Spanish, because maybe you know someone in that region that you can deal with directly, and you'd rather handle that yourself. These are some of the ways you can, cut some rights for you, cut some deals for yourself if you don't want to hand over the entire rights to your distributor. Financial reporting. It should be in your contract. Your distributor should be able to give you financial reports. Even YouTube gives you financial reports. If you have a YouTube channel, monthly you get a financial report, see how much your film made, how much YouTube is taking, and how much you are taking. So a distributor should be able to give you that, and it should be included in your contract too. Non-performance clause. We don't really talk about that a lot here, but what it means is I can say if in 8 months or 12 months you haven't gotten me one deal, the contract is null and void. Okay, so I'm no longer tied to you. And it helps because sometimes a distributor, a sales agent, or an aggregator will just get a lot of films. Anyone feel work, maybe just shall pack them. And they won't be able to license all those films, right? But they will hedge their profits on the few ones that they can license. Now that's good for us or them, but not necessarily good for you as a producer, because you have your film there 1 year, you haven't sold anything, and films can get old. Films can get old, right? Most times a film that was made this year, they will not offer the same amount for a film that was made in 2020, for instance. Okay, so you want to be careful about that. So local versus, I already kind of explained this. Cinema chains, you have Film One. These are the largest cinema chains in Africa. So Film One, we all know Film One, Genesis, Canal Olympia is more in the Francophone region. They are present in about 20 countries. Cameroon, Gabon, Djibouti, Benin Republic, Mali, Niger, Chad, and a couple of, Francophone countries. Same thing with Pathé. These are not the only cinema chains, but these are the largest. You have your TV networks. Africa Magic, DSTV. Azam is present in East Africa. You have Zuku TV. You also have Canal Plus. Streaming platforms. The new entry is Circuit. Circuit is a TVOD platform. So their model is they'll get your film, pay you what we call a minimum guarantee. A minimum guarantee it's like an upfront payment. It's not what your film is worth, but it's an upfront payment, right? And then they'll split. I think there's also a revenue split based on how many tickets are sold. So it's a TVOD platform. You rent the films if you're going there to watch. The link is valid for a certain amount of time during which you can watch the film. This is a good option for film producers, right? Even though I noticed that they focus mainly on really, big name films, but you never know how they can evolve as a company. So it's a good option for producers. For international distribution, you have festivals. We'll talk more on festivals. Film markets. Film markets are different from festivals. Festival, you showcase films, right? You may or may not have a market within a festival. You may or may not. But usually festivals are for transaction. So that's where you go to sell your film concept, your already finished film. That's where you go to look for co-production partners. People will rent stands and booths to showcase what they have. Okay, it's very different. We used to have one in Africa that was very popular, Discop. I don't know what happened. They don't exist anymore. But there are other ones that are popping up. In Rwanda, you have Mashaket. In Kenya, you have Kalabasa. In Zambia, you have Sotambe Film Market. So there are certain film markets that are coming up. You don't really have any in Nigeria. You don't really have any in Nigeria, but maybe in the not too distant future. So film buyers, so a Netflix, for instance, can go to a film market and see some films, and they will acquire it directly for their platforms. Okay? So think of film market as a buying and selling avenue, whereas festivals are mostly for showcase. That's where you present your films, right? That's where you have your peers watch your film. They give you feedback. Okay, you network with mostly other filmmakers. They may or may not have a marketplace. Okay. Limited cinema runs. So limited cinema runs are where, for instance, someone can decide, I don't want a traditional cinema run. I'm just going to rent out a hall and then sell tickets. So I go to Ebony Live, I rent out one of the cinema halls, and then I sell my tickets. Maybe I might sell it a little bit higher than what the normal tickets cost. So a filmmaker can decide to do that. It might be less expensive for them in the long run because they're not spending money on P&A, the way they would traditionally. They would just do the normal marketing. When Kule Afolayan started out, that was what he was doing. He would rent out Mr. Biggs. They'll put up a projector and they'll sell tickets and people will come and watch. Sometimes he would tour with his films. So they'll come to a school like this, they'll rent out a hall, and then they'll sell tickets, right? So that's another way of distributing your film. For instance, if you have a short film, or you have a film that cinemas, distributors have said, look, we're not going to distribute this film. You can decide to do it on your own by having a limited cinema run. So you have curated screenings. Again, you can decide to have special screenings, maybe partner with cultural agencies or, cultural centers like Goethe Film Institute, or Alliance Française, for instance, and you partner with them, you showcase your film with them. We've talked about the other ones. So festivals, why do they matter? Prestige and press attention. Going through festivals might be a good way to get free press for your film, if your film is selected. Because festivals will send out press releases, they'll do interviews, and they'll talk about the films that were selected. So it's a good way, if you made a film that is festival worthy and that was selected, it's a good way to get press for your film. Has anyone ever had their film in a festival here? Apart from our Ubonga producers here, the younger ones here, have you ever had your film? Have you been in a film that was in a festival? No? Do you have friends who have done that? No? Okay. So one of the reasons why festivals are good is it lends prestige to your film. Then on your poster you can have the laurels, best film, best screenplay, and that can be a bragging point for you. Sometimes it can also be a way to attract investors, because you can say, oh, look, this film I did was accepted in so and so festival. Okay. Sales agents and buyer interest. A lot of times you have people who buy films for platforms. For instance, Netflix is always at the Durban Film Festival in South Africa. They're almost always there. So sometimes you have acquisition managers from these streaming platforms that will attend these festivals to see what's out there, and they may acquire some films, right? They may look at certain pitch decks, they may look at certain trailers, and they may express interest in it. So if you can
Hello. Hello.
Now, festivals can become expensive because some of them have fees, festival screening, festival fees. So you also want to create a budget for that if you want to go the festival route. Very few of them are free these days, and the ones that make sense are not free. Another thing to note with festivals is they are not all created equal. Sometimes people will just put their films in anyhow festival, let them just have laurel. That might not be a good, you know, strategy for your film. So research the festival that you want to put it in before going that route, because it can get expensive. So the markets, I told you about markets. These are the popular ones. MIPCOM is in France. Okay. You have, they also started MIP South Africa. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. So there's also one in South Africa. You have the European Film Market, EFM. MIP TV. MIP TV is for TV content, right? MIPCOM is usually for movies. American Film Market, Fame Week Africa, that's in South Africa. Durban Film Mart. Mashaket, I told you about Mashaket in Rwanda. So when you're going to the markets, now markets are very expensive. Sometimes you have to budget like between $1,500 to $3,000 for registration, and that's even excluding hotel and all of that. So it can get quite expensive. That is not to say you cannot get a sponsor to sponsor that for you, or in your film budget when you're creating it, you can also put it and show it to your investors as part of how you want to market and distribute your film. I'll give you a perfect example. James Omokwe, he's been producing for African Magic for a bit, and he just recently did his first feature film on Benin. It's a supernatural fantasy film, and they're going to be showcasing it at the Cannes Film Market. So you can imagine the kind of press is going to get there. They're probably looking for possible buyers, possible investors to expand the reach of the film. So I talked to you about minimum guarantee. This used to be popular back in the day, where a filmmaker will be paid a certain amount upfront. There used to be a distributor, I've forgotten their name though, they were based in Ivory Coast, and they would pay 10,000, this was maybe 10 years ago, and they would pay filmmakers $10,000 as a minimum guarantee. They distribute your film, and then whatever they get, eventually they will split and take their own commission, and then give you the remaining of the film. Nowadays, it's very hard to get a minimum guarantee for your film. The market is not as buoyant as it used to be, so you don't really get a lot of that these days for minimum guarantee, but they can pop up. So it's something that you can also ask your distributor. You never know, especially if you have a good, strong film with a good, strong cast. You can ask, oh, do you guys pay minimum guarantee? And then they'll tell you yes or no. Pre-sales, again, this doesn't really happen in this part of the world, but it's basically a distributor, a platform, guarantees you that they are going to buy your film or license your film when you are done. So they'll usually give you like a contract, which you can take to an investor or to a bank and say, look, oh, these people have said they can buy my film when I finish. Give me this loan. At least you have a guarantee that this loan is going to be paid back, right? So that's what pre-sales is. Again, not very common in this part, but you never know. You never know. So, global. What does the global market want? Are we supposed to change our stories and become more Oyibo in order to sell? How can we make our stories sell more in the international market without losing our cultural flavor, without losing our cultural resonance? So having a unique voice, okay? One of the reasons why films like The Weeknd, Mami Water stand out is because they told unique stories. The idea of the story might not be different, but the way it was told, right? The way it was directed, all the other things, all the other elements that make a film great, it has to be uniquely yours. There's nothing new under the sun. But if you can take a concept that seems common and make it yours, then you might have something to sell. Cultural authenticity. Write what you know, film what you know. If you can't write or film what you know, write or film what you can research. Okay, but it has to be something that you are comfortable talking about, otherwise it will seem fake. A lot of times when you read comments on films, you hear people saying, this thing is so fake, this is not even Nigerian. Because it was difficult for you to suspend belief for that whole 1 hour, 30 minutes. Sometimes it's the acting, sometimes it's the story, how it was told. So, voila. Global appeal, look for, there are themes that are universal. if you're looking to sell beyond the African market, right? Universal themes, love, family, revenge, inspiration, family dynamics. High production value. Okay, people outside are less forgiving of poor quality films than we are. And guess what? Even Nigerians, they've increased their appetite for well-made films. So we need to make better films if we are looking to sell both in Nigeria and outside, because they are more brutal with their expectations of our films. Theme, like I mentioned, there are certain themes. Right now, strong female leads. You're doing a film has a strong female character. Aspirational stories, rags to riches stories. In Nigeria, is that rags to riches stories? In fact, there was a time on YouTube that was like, it's poor girl marries billionaire. Billionaire disguised as poor man. Some of our films, Anikulapo, Jagunjaga, and the rest of them, Even this film I told you about, James Somokwe, it's a historical epic with a little bit of fantasy and supernatural splashed into it. So those genres tend to travel more than comedy. Comedy does not travel because comedy is culturally specific. If I tell a joke that is a French joke, popular in Cameroon, you won't laugh because you can't relate for the most part. It's the same thing. Some comedies that do well here might not necessarily do well elsewhere. Okay? Funke Akindele's film, I was in Nairobi when it came out, and there wasn't that buzz around it the way it was here. And it wasn't because it wasn't a good film. It was funny. It was just not East African funny. Yes, I think it's Jennifer's. Is that Jennifer's Diary? Was it Jennifer's Diary? Abi, Tribal, do you know? It was Jennifer's Diary, Abi. So Jennifer's Diary. And it wasn't so big there. But it was big here. I mean, people couldn't get enough of it. So always bear that in mind. Comedy does not travel. Most times you only be making it for your countrymen. Voila. We're almost done. Anyways, we're going to stop here. Let's take questions. We're supposed to have a sort of pitch. Sorry, where's George? George? Do you have any questions? Any questions you would like to ask? I know you're all newbies, you're rookies in the game, but you might have questions, you know, for future purposes. Is there anything you didn't understand? Are there any questions? Are you curious about anything? No? Yeah. I don't think this thing is working. It wasn't working. It's working.
Sorry. 1, 2. Okay. You were talking about films that are being shot on plane rather. What if I, as the director or the producer of the movie, I decide not to take my movie to that extent? Like, will it bring some kind of loss or any disadvantage to my own end?
Okay. So if you didn't hear his question, he was asking for in-flight entertainment, that if he decides that that's not what he wants for his film, is that a loss for him? It depends. Every director and producer, you have goals and objectives for your film. Some people could care less about going to in-flight. I'll give you an example. Most of our filmmakers, MME Song, Chini Love, they're going straight to YouTube. They're not looking at cinema, they're not looking at in-flight, and they're making their own money in their own way. You get? So, but that's what they want. Now, some other filmmakers I know will do that in-flight. They won't even, in fact, I know filmmakers that don't even want to touch YouTube with a 10-foot pole, because for them, that's like debasing their movies. And they'll rather do that in flight. Even if they don't do cinemas, they'll do in flight. They'll take it to 3 or 4 airlines, or work with a distributor that will take it to them to 3 or 4 airlines before they'll now do streaming, or they'll do streaming alongside in flight. So it really depends. Loss is very relative. You know, the thing about filmmaking, especially if you're a producer, is you get to decide what success means to you. There are some people, I know some people who mock YouTube filmmakers. Yes. Why they putting their films on YouTube? In fact, I know some people, when they heard that certain top filmmakers were put inside, they were like, ah. But some of those filmmakers are making up to $100,000 a month on YouTube. Some of them. I'm not even playing. So it depends on what you define as success for yourself. Okay? It's not compulsory. None of these things are compulsory. It all depends on you. Even festivals, they're not compulsory. They're not compulsory.
That means I could literally make a festival film and decide to put it on in-flight.
Yes, absolutely. So a festival film, what when people say festival films, what they mean is, so stereotypically, festival films are not bass, for want of a better word, right? They are not fast-paced. Well, they may or may not be fast-paced, but they're very introspective, very artsy. So, did any of you get to see Mami Water in the cinemas? There were some people who saw it and said it was boring in cinemas, right? Because of the pace of the film. It was also done in black and white, so there was a certain aesthetic it had. Stereotypically, right, and I say stereotypically because not all festival films are like that, but stereotypically, festival films are slower, they're artsy, they're very introspective, they deal with certain issues that you would not want to go to the cinema and sit down and be watching. Do you get? They're stylized, the way they are written, they're usually slower paced. Okay? So you may decide to put it on in-flight if that's what you want. Usually the festival circuit is done, if you want to put it in festivals, it's usually done first. Now, if your film is very good, even after it's been in cinemas, you can still be invited to festivals. There are films that are still being invited as we speak to festivals, even after they've released in cinemas. Do you get? So, festival films just means the aesthetic of the film, right? The theme of the film, the pace of the film. That's just what it means. It doesn't mean, oh, I'm making this for festival and it's just going to stay there. It's more of how the look and feel of a film, the look and feel of a film, the subject matter of the film, the pacing of the film. That's what we call festival films. But you can put it. Usually, what people do after they've done festival rounds, if it's a short film, next thing is YouTube. And they'll make an announcement. Oh, after, doing the festival circuit for 6 months, 1 year, you can now watch our film on YouTube. If it's a feature film, you might find it on Netflix, right? Or you might find it on another streaming platform. Sorry, let somebody else. We'll come back to you.
Okay, my question is about short films. When acquiring short films, licensing short films, is this almost similar thing with feature films? No. Okay.
Short films, the financial value of a short film.
Sorry, I have two questions.
Okay, yeah.
Then next one, who owns the IP? The executive producer or the producer?
Good question. So, for the short films are not as profitable as feature films, obviously because of the length, right? The idea of streaming platforms, for instance, is to have as many people spend a lot of time on that platform. So if you put a short film there, it means if people were to spend 2 hours, they end up spending just 10 minutes watching your short film, right? Unless your short film is like Genge, or like when Netflix and Amazon came in, they acquired a lot of short films from filmmakers. But because they were entering into the market, most times short films are not as profitable. However, you do have certain platforms that will acquire short films. They just won't pay as much as they would for a feature film. But you have platforms, you have TV stations, you have streamers, even some airlines will acquire short films. Sometimes if you check in the catalog of the films, you'll see some short films there. But it's usually not as profitable. But it doesn't mean you can't make money off of it, right? Then secondly, who owns the IP? It depends on what you sign in your contract. Depends on what you sign in your contract, who is bringing what, and what you people agreed on. There's no, is this person who owns it, or what did you people sign in the contract? There are certain cases where the agreement meant it was the EP that owned it. Other cases, it was the producer. So that's why contracts are very important, because they define ownership from the get-go. You heard about the issue with Shantytown. There was an issue with a series on Netflix, Netflix, and there was a struggle for who owned it. So someone sued someone and said, oh, this was my film. and now you're going to negotiate behind me, and the person said, no, I just called you to be a part of it. You are just an executive producer. You didn't own it. It turns out that certain things were not defined in the contract. And because of those things that were not defined in the contract, it made everything murky. So it was easy for somebody else to come and say, I own this film, right? So that's why contracts are very important. And that's why all those things I listed, you should check. Okay, rights, who owns what? Payment, financial reporting. Is it exclusive or not? Okay, those are things to look at.
Now you're making me have two questions, but I'll just say them once.
Sorry, time, George. I don't take too much time for me.
I'll just say them once. So what you're trying to say for we upcoming actors, it's best for us if we should make a contract movie than that is for our own purposes or for our own gain. That's what you're trying to say, right?
So what I'm saying is, whether you're the one making the film as maybe you're the one bringing money, or you're the one, somebody's coming to pay money to make a film, there needs to be an agreement in place that defines your roles, who's paying what, and after you have finished the film, who owns this film? That's what I'm saying, because it will, like, it's true that, yeah, sometimes these contracts are not enforced, right? But it helps, trust me. At least it will put the fear of God into people, right? So decide who does what, who gets paid what. When you start making money from the film, how much is coming to you? Is anything even coming to you after you've been paid initially? Okay? Now that you've made the film, who owns this film? Because guess what? You can write a film and not own the film. It has to be defined. And if you're giving away the film that you've written, you need to be paid for that. So you're now handing them the rights to exploit your film. Okay? Even credits, even how your name appears, all those things need to be in your contract. We're getting there. Things are being formalized. More structure is being put into our industry. Before, we didn't have all these things. It was just, gentleman's agreement. But because of a lot of issues that have risen over the years, and because we also had foreign players who came in, structure needed to be put in place. So whether you're an actor, a director, producer, executive producer, screenwriter, whatever it is you're creating, do not automatically assume that it's for you. It's a lie. Okay? The only thing that is for you is what you people have agreed that is for you. What you've signed. Okay.
Second and last.
Second and last.
Yeah. So, Ms. Cassandra, you made mention of, you said YouTube and this thing. Imagine you put your film, not even imagine, your film is already up on YouTube. And maybe when Netflix, as you said, will want to take up your movie, that is advertising it, and they ask you to put down the movie on YouTube. My question here goes, what if the movie you already placed up on YouTube is already hitting views and you're already making more from it, then Netflix came in that scenario, what will you do?
Okay, first of all, Netflix is never going to buy anything you've already put up on YouTube. He was asking if your film is on YouTube, for instance, it's racking up views, and Netflix comes and says, you want to license this film, please take down the film, what would I do? First of all, no premium SVOD platform is going to come and license a film you've already put on YouTube, first of all. It's only Showmax that may do that, right? Now, what would I do? It depends on what they're offering. It depends on what they're offering. If you're offering me money and the length of time, the duration you want my film is reasonable. Let's say you want it for, 6 months to 1 year, and you're paying me something good, and maybe it was doing well in YouTube, but YouTube movies also have their lifespan in YouTube where they stop making so much. Then yes, I would say yes and take it down. And after 1 year, I'll bring it back again. So it really depends. Everything depends on your vision as a director, your vision as a producer. you get to decide the fate of your film. And that's why you need to understand distribution. It might not be the sexiest thing to learn. It might not be the glamorous thing to learn. It's not as glamorous as acting or, but it's the business side of it. If you don't want to be a poor hunger artist whose reward is art itself, then you have to learn the business of film. You have to learn how to work with people so you don't get screwed over. There are sharks everywhere, but you can't blame sharks if you want to act like a tiny tadpole. You have to learn the ropes, learn how not to get screwed over, learn what should be in your contract, what you can negotiate, right? Negotiation is key, and knowledge is what can help you negotiate better. If you know better, you can negotiate better. If I know that fees for screenwriting is, say, imagine they are paying 5 million for screenwriting, right? And in my head, I'm thinking, I can only sell, the highest I can sell my screenplay is 300,000. Meanwhile, people like you are selling for 5 million, even more. Then you can't negotiate what you don't know, right? So you have to arm yourself with information. You have to arm yourself with information, and that's what will make you a better filmmaker that earns money. Because we need to earn money from our art, right? Right? So that's it, yeah.
For them to ask you to take down your movie that they want to put it on Netflix, is it not still a benefit for you, for them to want to put your movie on Netflix?
So what I'm saying is, Netflix will not even come to buy a film that is already on YouTube. Let's just verify that now. There's no premium streaming platform. After you put your film on YouTube, and the whole world has seen your film for free, they will not come and pay you $100,000 for a film that you already put on YouTube. Not going to happen. The only streaming platform I know is Showmax. I know 1 or 2 people, they told them take your film, and I'm not sure they do that anymore. This is 3-4 years ago, even 5 years ago, right? So once your film, that's why you should be careful, and that's why I was telling him, you need to decide what's the goal for your film. What's the goal for your film? YouTube is a good distribution platform. But you have to know that if you put it on YouTube, chances of putting it on other platforms are 0 to 0. Okay? So you really have to, a lot of times people bring YouTube as the last resort, or if they've said, you know what, I'm going to grow this YouTube channel, so every film I bring is YouTube. But if you have your hopes and sights on other streaming platforms, YouTube might not be the best first platform to put your content. That's why you have the window of release. If you see the arrows I put there, cinema first, in-flight, AVOD, AVOD. YouTube is usually the last. YouTube is an AVOD platform. It's in the same category as free to air. You get? So you need to understand that, otherwise you will cannibalize your film, meaning your film will eat itself. The money you would have made from putting it in this one first, you would have lost it because now it's on YouTube. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. But Netflix will never, ever, 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 ever come and tell you to bring a film that you've already put on YouTube or on any free streaming platform, and they'll pay you money for it. Okay? Voilà. So,
so what's the best platform to put your film?
It depends. So he's asking the best platform to put your film. It depends on the film you made. It depends on the film you made. The best platform, the short answer is the one that pays the highest. That's a very short answer. I'm an Igbo woman, so my Igbo cap is thinking now. It's the one that brings you the most money, right? But if wishes were horses, we would all be riding, Abi? So decide ahead of time. Because if you're putting films in Netflix, your budget is going to go up. The requirements, the technical requirements for films that are put up on platforms and Netflix, it no be here. They have specific cameras that are usually more expensive. You can't just use anyhow DSLR camera to shoot, right? So even though now they've added some newer, cheaper cameras in their set of Netflix-approved cameras, they're still very expensive, even to rent. Okay? So those are things you have to take into consideration. If I'm shooting for Netflix, you're talking about a budget of the lowest, and this is that you really squeeze out money, calling favors, maybe like 70 million naira. And this is that you called in certain favors and all for Netflix. Because of the economy now, inflation, everything is so expensive. And you know with Netflix, now they want you to put popular actors in it. You have to pay them more money too. Do you get? So everything has gone up. And that's why you see a lot of filmmakers are opening YouTube channel. Kunle Afolayan just opened YouTube channel. Biodun Stevens opened YouTube channel. Some of your big wigs, Jade Shola, Omoni Oboli, they all have YouTube channels. Guess what? Even I heard that Film One, now may even be opening a YouTube slate. Yes. So maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe they might have smaller budgets for that. Do you get? So instead of that 70 million, 100 million, 200 million to do one film, they will do like 20 films from it and then put it on their YouTube. I don't know. But I'm just saying it really depends. What's your budget? What's your story? Right? What's your long-term plan? In Igbo, we say, ego nebute ego. So money brings money. If you want YouTube money, you have to put in, if you want Netflix money, you have to put in Netflix production money. Do you get? So it means expensive cameras, expensive cast, expensive locations. Even when you're not shooting expensive scenes, like a shanty town, for instance, right? Because they shot in shacks and all that. But you see production design. You have to hire a good production designer to make it look lived in, to make those shacks look real. You have to hire extras. You have to hire top actors. And some of these actors, they charge up to 5 million per day. Some of them. Do you understand? So the budget, we all want to put it in a platform that pays the most. But do we all have the money to make the kind of film that will enable us sell it to a platform that will give us big money? That's the question. Okay? And that's what you decide from the get-go, from your script. It will even determine how many locations you write in your script. Maybe instead of 10 locations, you put 2 or 3. Manage your budget. Okay? So, is anybody here looking to go into distribution? Eventually? Maybe? Never? Okay. Well, thank you. If there's no more questions, thank you so much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cassandra, for a wonderful wealth of information, right? So you see, it's not only me that benefited, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can't count. But I will tell you one thing for free is that we are here for you and you are here for us. These guys, you can just see them on the street and just start asking them questions. This is just the opportunity. Mr. Kepi is sitting back there. Mr. Ozoduma is sitting back there. That's a fantastic and a sensational cinematographer with his wealth of information. Trust me, if you are going out here and you have these guys in your corner, you are big. So network with them, grab them, hold them, don't allow them to go. And they bless you, right? So please, I will tell you one thing. We are going to have a breakout session. There are 3 units of stuff we want to talk about right now. We have the directing, we have acting, and we have cinematography. So it's your choice now to choose. If you want to go for acting, let me see your hands. Acting. Acting. Acting is going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now, acting, move this way. Just move this way. Let's go. So now, if you want to go for directing, let me see your hands up. Okay. Directing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now in directing, I would like you guys to move to the class. Yeah. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Directing. We have acting here. We have directing there. Acting here. Directing there. So directing, keep going. Let me see you. Now just stop there, darling. Stop. Are we good? Directing. You rest. Directing. Directing. Okay, so now there's going to be a bonus for you guys. Now, we're splitting for directing and acting. We're coming back for cinematography. Right? You're going for directing. So we're splitting for directing and acting. We're coming back for cinematography. Is that fine? Yes. That's what I'm saying. We're coming back for cinematography. So when we're back for cinematography, we'll wrap up for the day. Is that okay? Thank you.
I'm trying not to. Your white shirt.
You guys actors. You guys say you know you kept me here. The call time was supposed to be what time? Huh? What time is it now? 9:30, I mean. All right, so somebody's phone is here. Which one is this? Cassandra. 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 Are these yours? Okay.
So Mr. Uzo wants to use slide. So should we use the class?
Yeah, use the class.
Okay.
Because I'm going to like,
Let's go to the
just
class.
follow me. Just follow me.
Just follow him.
Like, you know, Pied Piper.
So we'll bring back the director.
Follow me like this. Just me and just go to, we're just going to have fun. Just going to have fun, please.
Let me bring back the director.
Let me leave this here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. Please walk me through this, yeah? Walk me through this. I have slides. If it's not working, just let me know. I can talk without it.
No, we're actually using it for the streaming.
Yeah, I'll put that out. Hold on. Let's move on. ṣé wọ́n ṣe ń gbọ́. Kò sí wàhálà náà. Nọ́mbà ló kù. Mo mọ̀ fún streaming ni. Yeah. Oh,
Then
okay.
you can use the remote for it, or you want.
No, I can use the remote from here. No, I can't. If you want me to give you that, I'll give it to you. No problem.
So maybe via WhatsApp, I will just.
All right.
What did I do? The flash.
Maybe the flash. I have the flash. Let's introduce ourselves while we're waiting for this. Come on, guys. Nobody died. Did anybody die today? Yeah, are we all in the creative arts department? No. So, yeah, introduce yourselves. I'm listening, guys. Yeah. Starting from you, this way, introduce yourselves, please. Speak up, come on. I can't hear you, even me, just here. I'm just like.
My name is
Bidemi. Gideon. You see, I wasn't hearing you. So, Gideon, what is your name? What? Ashin you. All right, where are you from, Gideon? You're thinking about it? All right, are you a student of University of Lagos? What faculty are you? Arts. Okay, so this is your. Okay, this creative arts is under social sciences, or you're borrowing space, or what? Faculty of Arts, but this is Faculty of Social Sciences. All right. Okay. So how are you enjoying it? What level are you right now? 100 level? Is this working? It's working. All right. Okay, you can hear me. 100 level. Okay, good. So why directing? Talk to me. Yeah. That's the most technical aspect of filmmaking. Why it? There must be a reason. And everybody start warming up for that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, yeah.
Is it type C, yeah?
No. I just prepared. Yeah. I have my adapter.
So those guys, they just have one channel face and like
Okay, no, it's fine. This is.
with that now, we'll just get. I have one in my bag, but it's before I start traveling.
Sorry, trying to.
Let's get you guys ready. Seems like you have the best experience.
Where is it? Is it on which one? On anyone? No, I'm looking for
Okay,
you.
my flash is not there.
What's it called?
Yeah, there you go. Flash.
Sorry. Sorry, I was supposed to get properly. Sorry, just wait.
So can we use this one?
Okay, you want to save this? Yeah, just that I didn't get. Yeah. wanted to be sure that I'm injecting properly this time. Or to tell me. Alright. This is your Okay, yeah. Actually, you, right? Gideon, I was on you. I said, why directing? Yeah. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. It's an interactive card, though. I'm not going to be like the other lady that finished and started asking questions. So. No. That's our own way, and this is directing. He was talking distribution. Directing, you guys have to talk to actors, you have to talk to your director of photography, you have to own yourself and all that. So you can't keep quiet on set. So why directing? Talk to me. Okay, next person.
Okay, good morning, afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Just stand up.
Feel free.
Okay. So my name is Glory Kaitola. I'm a journal student of the Department of Creative Arts, University of Lagos. Okay. And basically, to be very honest.
All right, go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, sorry.
So I directed my first project in my 2011 semester, very, very on amateur level, praise God. Sorry, I'm a Christian, I'm used to praise God. So it's an ensemble basically. It's an ensemble. The course is music ensemble, but then basically what they are trying to see in the project is using music in drama. Using music as a means of storytelling. So the topic we were given then as a group is electioneering campaign in Nigeria. So when they gave us the what's it called, the theme, I'm a script writer too, so I sat with one of my friends that also writes scripts. Then we spoke together with what can we come up with. And basically at that time, that was when we just finished the election for Peter Obi and our current president. So we said, why don't you do like something, an adaptation of the recent election that happened in Nigeria. So we came together, we did something like an adaptation of it, but in our own way. Anybody that watched the play would have known that we did something. So during that process, we've not done directing in the department then. I think it was the second semester in our theater workshop. Yes, sir. It was the second semester in our class we're supposed to do workshops. I had to go online and like read up on little things like it's a stage play, not a screenplay now, and read up on what exactly as a director, what am I supposed to do and all of that. I don't want to do it from my actor's perspective. So I read up on it and I saw some few tips that will help me as a director, what you're supposed to look at. So basically one of the things that really helped me is anything I do, I mostly look at the audience perspective, the audience interaction. Whatever I'm doing on stage, whatever I give an actor to do, like what reason, what's the motivation? Like I learned so many things. Like if an actor is doing something on stage, what is your motivation to like do it? Like what motivates you to do it? And how do you think like the audience is going to receive it? So whatever I'm doing, whatever I'm directing, I think from the lens of how would the audience receive it, and like that I started growing. And then we had other couples of projects. I think when we did that ensemble, then my group came first, even though it was not announced. But the lecturer actually preferred the group work actually. Yes, I have a little bit of experience, but then.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Taiwo from Kogi State. Actually, I did myself in this directing class. It was cinematography because I'm actually, how do I call it, working in that space for now. I work with Unilag TV, not like full staff, but how do I call it? But I work with their team, based on
So you have experience?
Yeah, I have experience, camera operating, photography, editing and all that. Okay. Thank you. So, your turn.
Good afternoon. My name is Estella. I'm Estella from marketing. I don't think I have a reason for going to directing, but I love behind the scenes, so why not directing?
Good afternoon. My name is Ibikunle Taiwo. My name is Ibikunle Taiwo. Yes, Taiwo. So I'm from Abeokuta. So I love directing generally, and I'm into cinematography. So I just love it. I love directing and acting. I have passion for it. Like, I love it. I just love directing.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Okuno. I'm from Ogun State, and I have a passion for directing. I want to be a writer-director because I know I can create good stories, and then I see myself. I understand that a director is somebody that brings the whole job alive. So he works with every single person for a production to come alive. So I want to be a part of it because I see myself in that space.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Yeah, my name is Abraham Simon Ogundeyi. So why directing? Actually, that's my field. I would say I've been in the movie set before, so I handle cameras, and I felt having a little bit knowledge of this as a filmmaker. I've done like 2 short films, so, and I intend to have more knowledge, so that's why I'm here.
So good day, everyone. My name is Tunde Obideyi. So I'm from Oyo State. I'm a cinematographer, so I've worked on a couple of projects, and then I've directed short films also to myself. So I want to upskill my filmmaking. So that's why I'm going into directing fully, so to learn more. Yeah, I want to add to my knowledge on directing, because to cinematography I've been doing that for a very long time, and then so I've used Sony, Canon, Blackmagic, basically. 6K. Yes, pocket size Blackmagic.
No, just okay. Yeah, you just came in. You're just listening. So nobody from here is from this class too. I just want to establish that. All right, guys. Yeah, the reason I'm doing this is so that it's a master class, and master classes are usually for those already on the field and all that. You understand? So, but I usually do this in every fora that I have an opportunity to facilitate, so that I know the demography of the people that I'm talking to and how to, as much as possible, impact knowledge to them. So we're going to build up to directing. We're not just going to go straight to directing. We'll build up to it, and it's going to be a toe-by-toe process. And when we get there, you guys, will understand that, okay, finally, I have a general idea of who a director is, of the duties of a director, and, for those of you that haven't made up your mind, on when you want to be a director or something, you will also be able to make up your mind probably at the end of this class, either you still want to go ahead or not, because, a director's job, it's not as easy as so many people think it is, So so many people have a wrong notion of who a director is and all that. So as a preamble, let me quickly tell you that it's not everybody that works on a film set that is a filmmaker. The 2 people that are allowed to use that toga is the producer and the director. And the simple reason for that is because they see film from the beginning to the end. No other person on that set does that. A cinematographer doesn't do that. An editor doesn't do that. It's in post that he comes alive and all that. The only 2 people on set that see a movie from the beginning to the end, as in from pre-visualization to concept Yeah, some will argue that it is 5 stages, but for this class, let me quickly just group it to 3 stages, being the pre-production stage, which is everything and anything you do before production, the production stage proper, which is principal photography and all that, and the post-production stage. Then, of course, you have marketing and distribution, because you can't put your film on the shelf at the end of the day. You understand? So we have those 4 basic stages, you know, but 3 if you want to really ask me. Because at the end of the day, distribution and marketing, yeah, is not filmmaking. And that is the marketer's job and the distributor's job to do. But for basis of this, I'll just let you guys understand that. So the only person or the persons that sees a movie, yeah, from that beginning of the scripting stage, visualization, and all that, to at the end of it, which is the post-production, the only 2 people are the director and the producer. And that is why they are the ones that are called filmmakers. An editor is not a filmmaker, a scriptwriter is not a filmmaker, a cinematographer is not a filmmaker. So I want you guys to get that at the back of your mind from this level. Yes, a lot of people do that mistake out there, even the established ones, and they call themselves filmmakers, but they are not. And feel free to be able to tell them that you were in a class and so person told you this. And thank God we are in the era of the internet now and all that. And you can easily look out, you know, who a filmmaker is and have a proper perspective. So that is one thing I would like you guys to get away with at the end of the day. Once you understand everything about the profession that is sick, then you can tweak, you can manipulate, you can do anything with it. But if you don't understand, there is no way you're going to tweak or manipulate what you don't understand from beginning. So let's do something quickly. I like doing this. To the screen, enter. What do I press? Enter the up button. To the screen or to where? Is this working? Is it working? To the screen? What am I pressing? I asked for a walkthrough before I started this class. What am I pressing if I'm changing slides? If it's not working, I'll just be telling you, please, you can do it from there. I don't want what will be slowing down the class. It affects. So, are you changing from there? I'll just signify when I want it to move. Don't show the slides, please. Not yet. Don't show the slides. Are you ready? So you're changing. All right, good. All right. We can move now. Slide 2. Yeah, stay here, please. Yeah, it's an interactive class, like I said. What goes up but never comes down? Who wants to take a bite? Speak out, guys. Come on, speak out, guys. What? Age. It goes up and never comes down. Okay? Who said constant? You agree with that? You agree? You all agree with that? Guys, what can you share and yet have all for yourself? Knowledge. Do we agree with him? Do we agree with him? What dress can never be worn? What? Do we agree with him? Do we agree with him? You think? Do you agree with him? Who else agrees with him? Do you? Say it boldly. Do you agree with him? We're going to have a problem if you guys don't talk. The class can't work. It's supposed to be interactive. And I told you it's a build-up. If you guys don't interact, we can't build up. Because what you guys are doing now is predetermined. I already know this was going to happen. And when we get there, I will tell you about what just happened right now. It's a process. So please, be interactive. It's very important. Do we agree with him? Simple. What can fill up a room but take no space? Eh? Huh? What? Oh, okay. Yeah? What did we say? Eh? Do you all agree with her? Do you agree with her? But you don't agree with her. Are you in this class? Are you for this class? What class is this? Directing. Yeah. Next slide, please. How many did we get out of it? 3. Air has weight. I'm sure you know that. Anybody did physics in school? Yeah? Nobody did physics. Air has weight. Does air have weight? Yeah? So, we did very well. 3 out of 4. That is really cool. Next slide, please. All right. We're going to read now, all of us, so we will participate. 1. Yeah. What did you guys just do now? You listened to me. You observed. You answered my question. So you guys are on the path of being dangerous people. And when I mean dangerous, it's not for bad. It means you guys can actually process information. And that is very critical to directing. And that is why I'm telling you guys that every slide here has been specially curated for this class. If you see me in another class, you're not going to be the same class. I mean, the same slide. I was here about 4 months ago on the behest of the census board. That was at the mass comm department or something. Yeah, about 5 universities were put together for a class, and I have a similar class. And I tell you, just as much as you guys are smart, those guys were also smart. Trinity was there, University of Lagos, LASU Tech, LASU and one other university and all that. They all came together. But that is not going to be enough in the projection you seek. Smartness is not going to be enough, because at the end of the day, filmmaking rewards endurance, not talent. It is very important that you guys seek that. Filmmaking will reward your endurance, not your talent. That means talent is not enough for you to make it as a filmmaker. We will get to that. But as we speak, it will make more sense. So, same Bruce Lee, he also said, willing is not enough, we must do. So, the fact that you are willing to do something doesn't mean you have actually done that stuff. You actually have to go out and do. And that is why directors are verbal. They are verbal. Their words are verbs. Because verbs are action words. And those are the words that you talk to an actor with. And the actor runs with it. Because you already understand the story that you're telling more than every other person. And that is your primary function as a director. We are going to get to that. enforcer. Good. Can you read what he said? Without discipline, no matter how talented you are nothing. Okay. What was he trying to say? He's trying to tell you about discipline. A director has to be disciplined. Did I just tell you that talent wasn't enough just now? Do you see that the slides are really dovetailing into one another? That's it. Talent is never enough. You have to be disciplined. Mike Tyson was one of the most talented boxers of his era. Yet he wakes up at what time? And what? Because I know my opponent is serious. That's what is happening right now to you. You have an edge now over any other person that is not in this class right now. And that's just the simple truth. Because what you're taking out of this class, they don't know. It's as simple as that. If they know it scatteredly. This is from years of experience. This is from research. This is from being who I am and what I have become and where I've been and all that. And these are all facts. You need discipline as a director. Your talent is not going to be enough because you are going to be thrown in the midst of challenges continuously as a director. And you are not supposed to use those challenges, as an excuse to do a bad job. Rather, those challenges are supposed to be a propelling stone, something that's pushing you to even overcome them and do something that nobody has seen before, or something good but not average. So challenges are not supposed to be an excuse for you to do something bad or a shoddy job or something. It is supposed to actually be the fuel that pushes you or galvanizes you, or the air, the lift of air, the tail wind air that pushes you off and you take a lift. That is what Mike is trying to say. He runs at 4 a.m. I stopped it there. He actually went ahead and said, if he notices that his opponent runs at 2 a.m., he will start running at 12 a.m. Because why? He wants to be on top of his game. And that is the only way he can have an advantage. Next slide, please. Confidence. Can we read? What this is trying to tell you as a director is now, you have to be confident whether you're liked or not, whether you are seen or not. You have to be confident of your craft. You have to keep honing your craft. Because once you stop honing your craft, you are going to become average. And these days, even good is not enough. Because technology has brought democracy to filmmaking. And we're going to get that. Let me explain that a lot. Confidence is not they will like me. You're not looking for people to like you. You're not looking for people to accept you. You're looking for people that you're looking for a place you will be, whether anybody likes it or not, they will say, I don't like this guy, but this job is damn good. It is about your job and your mindset. You have to have a mindset of, I am going to do a damn good movie, or I'm going to do a movie better than the last one I have just finished, or the movie better than all the movies I have done. Not just a mindset of going to do just another movie, which is what many people have now become. They've now become like a factory. They churn out movies, movie after movie, movie after movie. You won't be able to pick out one movie out of 100 that they have done that can even cross international waters. That is not supposed to be who you guys will become. You guys are supposed to become such that you will be sought after. And it is very possible, because even at this foundational stage, you guys are already knowing what even people that have practiced these things have, I mean, what they don't know or what some of them know and have refused to put into their craft. Let's not get that twisted. So at the end of the day, is I can do it, not I can't do it. Because you must have that confidence that, hey, this thing is possible. I can actually tell a better story. Whether or not I can afford a 100K camera or not, I can use my phone and tell a good story. Because at the end of the day, it is the person behind the technology and not the technology that is telling the story, whether you like it or not. Next slide. Technology and film. I just talked about technology and I spoke about dovetailing of these slides. You guys will notice now that it's going line by line and it is heading somewhere very important, which is where we actually want to be. These are very known directors. Some of you might not know them, it's fine. But hey, that was the director of Godfather, Francis Ford Coppola. And Spike Lee is one of the most celebrated black directors in Hollywood, even till date. And that's Rajiv Sanjit is an veteran Indian director. Don't concern yourself with that. Concern yourself with what they have said. Look at what Spike Lee said. Can we read that, please? That means any and everybody can become a filmmaker. But not everybody will be good at filmmaking. That's just it. That's what technology has done. That's what Nollywood has done. When the world was shooting on celluloid and on film format and all that, sorry, I can't go deeper into that. Nollywood was shooting on video. We were shooting SVHS, we were shooting U-matic, we were shooting Betacam SP, we were shooting DVCam, we were shooting digital video and all that. The world was shooting on film, on celluloid, and film was damn expensive. But we needed to express ourselves, and we understood back then, even because before this present democracy, that it was about storytelling. That's what filmmaking is about at the end of the day. First of all, before the craft, before the equipment, before the technology, filmmaking generally, especially directing, is about storytelling. A veteran director, Steven Spielberg, one of the best, said, I would rather take somebody that knows how to tell a story than somebody that knows where to place the camera. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't know where to place the camera. It just means that your primary function is to tell a story. As a director, how well do you tell that story? You have to now use the elements of filmmaking, the elements of storytelling to tell that story. Because filmmaking remains subjective. If I give all of you the same scripts here to interpret, nobody will interpret it the same way as the other person. It's as simple as that. And that is just the truth about filmmaking. And that's the beauty about it too. Because it is art at the end of the day, even though part of it is science. And in art, you can never be perfect. But in art, you're constantly in pursuit of perfection. And that is what gives you the adrenaline to always want to go make. Because you're in pursuit. You want this one to be better than the other one. You want this one to be just like that. And that's how it should be. Okay. Francis Ford Coppola. Look at that back in 1995. The technology is always an element of creativity, but it is never the source of creativity. The source is you. It's that simple. You have to be the source. And you should not be satisfied with just being the source. You should be dangerous while you are being the source. And who is a dangerous person again? Very good. That means you're following. All right. Look at what the Indian said. Good cinema is born of sincerity, not technique. Which is what Steven Spielberg said later on, that he would prefer somebody that knows how to tell a story rather than somebody that knows where to place the gadgets and to place the lights. Because where to place the light is not your job as a director. Where to place the camera is not your job as a director. If you know, very well and good. We will get to that. Next slide, please. We're going to discuss it. Thankfully, you guys are smart. That has been established. Let's analyze this scenario. A drunk. Who is a drunk? An actor trying to be drunk will do what? Is this statement right? Process it, take your time. And when you're ready, let's discuss it. It is very important you guys understand this. Any takers? Who thinks it's right? Who thinks it's right? Do you want to explain why you think it's right?
It's a personal subject.
It doesn't matter. Never be afraid to fail. We will get to that level. Never. Because once you are afraid to fail, you won't try at all. That's it. Never, never. As a director. Because you have to learn from your mistakes.
Okay, this statement is correct, according to me. So, a drunk man, in his own senses, whatever he's doing is right. That's why, even as a madman, if you tell the person you are mad, he will tell you he's not mad, it's you that is mad. Do we understand what I'm saying? So, a drunk man now, whatever he's doing, he's trying to walk straight, but how will I say it? He's trying, he's in the process because, how will I call it? Come on.
Go ahead.
Okay. A drunk man is trying to walk straight and talk properly, but to him, he's walking. How do I say it? He's walking properly, but to us, we in our normal sense, in our sane sense, we are seeing them trying to walk properly, but to them, they are walking properly. I get what I'm saying. While as an actor, you are trying to You are trying to be drunk. You are not in the process of being drunk, or how I call you are not in the act of being drunk. So you the actor now. Yes, I support the statement. Okay, she's close,
So a drunk man, we know how drunk people behave. They move in zigzag positions and they don't speak well. So probably in their senses as he's moving, he's trying to correct his posture, he's trying to move. He knows he's not moving well.
An actor is in his right senses, but going into another person's character, as that's to be drunk, to walk like someone who is drunk, going into another thing.
say drunk, he has to be drunk. He can. Why?
Decision. It can. Because, how would I put it? Some people have I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't. All right. Okay.
You're supposed to get something out of this.
Yeah.
This course, and it's for a reason. So don't be afraid to take your stand. Take a stand and stay there. Simple.
All right.
I said it earlier on. Don't be afraid to fail. You're going to fail so many times as a director, except you don't want to be a director. There is no how you're going to get it right all the time.
I've seen on a set that the person playing drunk is actually drinking alcohol.
Now, I tell you, you want to say something?
Let's say the person playing drunk now has a few lines to say, and he's actually has a few lines to say while he's drunk, and then he's actually drunk.
Yes.
How sure are we that he's going to remember everything he wants to say?
Very good question. You want to ask that? You see why it's good to interact because you guys are already doing the job. That was my next question.
The truth is that
Which means you guys are following. That's it. So how would you? The guy is already drunk. You need him for 5 more seconds.
the truth is that for you that you recognize that you're playing that role,
Yes.
you shouldn't be drunk.
But you're the director, and you said you will allow it.
He's taking their call because I want it to be real.
That's it. So he can be real because it's his job to be real.
Exactly.
You understand?
Yeah.
Without being drunk. And that is the essence of this.
Yeah.
That is where this is going. That is why I distinguished it for you guys. A real drunk man wants to walk straight.
It can't work.
Simple. He wants to, but he can't. So he's going to not walk straight.
Yeah.
And that is what an actor will do. Because
Yes.
he knows
It's
he
in,
can't.
yeah.
That is just what this is about. And you guys just solve the puzzle. So stop being afraid to fail. That's just it. It's subjective. I keep telling this guy. That is what that where are we coming from? That's it dovetails to this. That's why I said all the slides here was curated for this class. It's as simple as that. Nothing was by mistake. And that is how filmmaking is. It is intentional. Filmmaking is intentional. Nothing. So that even when you want to go off course, it becomes an additional thing for you that will help your intentionality. It's as simple as that. If I place this Caracasera there, it is for a reason. It shouldn't just be there. If I place a notebook and it sits for a reason, and we are going to get to all that. So this was my best submission of who an actor is. It is not trying to become someone else. No, you are still you. But you are using your wherewithal. How best you can be who you have read the character to be. And that is it. And that is what filmmaking is about. Filmmaking comes in 3 mediums. The visual medium is the one that is on your face all the time. Is the one that's on your face, is the one that's on your face. And that is why most film schools, they will always be teaching you about camera and camera angles and all that when you go to film schools. What they don't teach you is that filmmaking is also an interpretive art. Interpretive because there is acting. And all over the world, it's been known that actors become good directors. Because that is an aspect, it's a medium of filmmaking itself. It is interpretive. And that is what acting is. You are interpreting a role. And the third medium of filmmaking is post-production. Because that in itself is another medium. And that is what makes filmmaking different from all other art forms. Next slide, please. We come to screenwriting. Can we read, please? If you're waiting to write a good story, you will never start writing. Keep writing, finish it. Come back to it. Start. You cannot walk on a blank canvas. If they give you a blank canvas and you leave it and go, when you come back, it's still blank. You can't. You must have at least done a little bit of painting, whether it's even go back to it. What is wrong with this story? What is it? And you start tweaking, because you already have something to work with. Let your character say something and do another thing. That's a recipe to make them interesting and dimensional. Why characters are boring is because many writers write dialogue or their lines for them that makes them one-directional. Once I know you and I know you, then I can predict you. But once I know you and you now do something that shocks me, that I never thought you would do, I move closer. I want to know you better, because now I know that I don't know you all the way. Then you do another thing that shocks me. I'm moving closer to you. And it is the psychology of filmmaking. That is why I told you guys that everything about filmmaking is intentional. So it's just like the iceberg theory. If I put ice now into water, what I'm going to see is 1/8 of the ice. The remaining 7/8 is submerged in water. It is when I bring out the ice, I'll now see the real size of the ice, that, this ice is this big, but the only thing that you're seeing on top is the part that is floating. So that is how it's supposed to be. A character is supposed to have layers. It's not supposed to be one-directional. So once the viewers or the audience, they are always finding out things about the character becomes more interesting. Why most of you will say, because we are getting to where we are going to. Things we say we are going to do, and then what we actually do. And that is it. Did it down? Script versus screenplay. Can we quickly read this? Go ahead, go ahead. Do you understand it? So script is larger than screenplay. Simple and short. All screenplays are scripts. All scripts are not screenplays. You must understand it. Simple. Next slide. Movies. Did I talk about this earlier on? You're constantly in pursuit of perfection as a filmmaker. Then look at it. Movies are machines that generate empathy. All movies should be machines, should be. Now it goes. He said if, which now means that all movies are not great. If you're one of those that can shoot a great movie, then it will help you understand a little bit more of the complexities of life. That is if the movie is great. If all movies will not let you understand the complexities of life or professions or the personalities involved, it is if it is a great movie. Don't let that escape you. That is only when you can have all this. It will help you identify with people who are sharing this journey with us. Who are the people that are sharing the journey with you? The viewers. It helps them. Okay, I can see myself in that man. Can you see me now? Yeah, that is it. That is if the movie is great. If the movie is not great, you cannot relate to it. You walk, you got off. You don't want to see it. That's it. And you have failed as a filmmaker. In that movie, not in your profession. Next slide, please. The filmmaker. It's a collaborative effort. You need an army. But what does a writer need? Maybe paper, maybe even computer without using a pen. An artist needs what? A brush and a canvas to paint on. But as a filmmaker, you cannot do it alone. And people management is a skill you must have as a director. Because if you can't manage your set properly, you're going to fail as a director. It's as simple as that. So a wise director will surround his or herself with a crew that is more experienced than him. That is the trick. But I have seen directors that are very egotistic. They surround themselves with people that they know more than, and the movie will come out shitty. Because you are the brightest person on set. It's not supposed to be so. You're supposed to be the brightest interpreter of the story. Because that is your primary function as a director. Not wondering, whether the makeup person, you want to be everywhere, which is a good thing if you can manage it properly. But it becomes adverse to your profession when your core constituency is suffering and you're trying to better other departments. You must understand that. So, how do you do this mostly? You make sure that every head of department, the key heads of the departments, are experienced people. They are who they say they are. These days, everybody calls themselves directors of photography when they cannot even, they can't differentiate A to B. So many camera operators now wear the toga of directors of photography. A director of photography is the head of the lighting and camera department. So you don't only know about lighting, you know about the camera, and you know what that camera can do better than any other person, even if you don't operate it. Because some directors of photography don't operate the camera. They have a camera operator that operates the camera for them. Some of them. Don't let me digress. But you must understand that as a filmmaker, you have to work with people and you have to bring out the best out of people so that your film will be better than the other person's film. Because that is only when you become better than remaining good. Because to be better, you have to leave good behind. To be good, you have to leave average behind. To be average, you have to leave bad behind. It is a constant motion. You are heading towards perfection. Next slide. Mise en scène is a French word. And that is the meaning you're saying there. Let's read. I said that intentional. Everything. Already said that. We are getting there. That's the person that said it. Greta Garwick is a director. You guys can Google and find out more about her. In the simplest terms, mise en scène is what elevates filmmaking to an art form. It fills in narrative details that dialogue alone cannot. Says screenwriter Anna Klassen. It's all the artistic and creative ways to express a story beyond dialogue. Do you see what this is doing? Mise en scène is trying to tell a story without dialogue. It wants you to see that scene now and be able to tell the kind of person this character is. I'm sorry that this the projector cannot, this is not bright enough. I will ask you questions about this person's character from where she lives. Because that is what mise en scène does. The set design is supposed to tell you the kind of person that character that stays there is. That's it. You see? So, without it, film and television will be two-dimensional. That is without mise en scène. Mise en scène is the life force of any narrative. It's the color. It's the texture. It is the culture of the scene. That is why it is very important. And that is why the production design department or the art department in filmmaking is very important. Because under the art or the production design department, you have makeup, you have costumes, you have prop, you have set design, you have. Without those things, you cannot tell your story. Next scene, next slide, please. Still on missing scene. How are the actors positioned? This is another scene. This is another scene. What's going on here? Anybody wants to take a guess? Who is this character? Anybody want to hazard a guess? What can you see that makes you think you can define who this character? Why did you say so? That's it. That's it. And if you go deeper now, if it was clearer, you will see other details that will now tell you that this person is not just your average fashion designer. There is something, another dimension about this person. Without the person saying it, that environment should say it for you. And it is intentional that you do it that way, because that way, that person is no longer one-dimensional, which is what you're running away from constantly. How is the scene lit? We have high key lighting, we have low key lighting, we'll have mid key. High key, the background is very black. Very bright. High key, usually used for comedies. You see, very bright background, you can see everything. Low key lighting, use it for horror mostly. The lighting is like this. You see dark patches here and there. You see. Or when a character is in a bad place, you're not going to be in bright light and all that to create mood and all that. Mid-key for your dramas and all. The background is not very well lit. At the same time, it is not black. You can still make out the things in the background. You see, that is part of missing scene. What are the shooting angles? If I shoot from the top and look down at you, I'm making you smaller. That is it. That means you're vulnerable. If I change the angle and shoot you from below, I'm making you bigger. That means you're powerful. So the angles matter too. Camera is looking down on you, you're vulnerable. When camera is looking up to you, you're powerful. It is intentional. Which lenses are being used? Can use a 50, I can use a 35, I can use 25, I can use 85, 100, I can use a telephoto lens, a very long lens or something. Why am I using it? Is it because of the shallow depth of field and all that? That is all advanced now. But hey, it is missing scene. Because the lenses will determine what I see, how wide they are, how near they are, and all that. What are we seeing that the characters may not be? I just said that before we got there. There are certain things you will see there now. You would see that, hey, for this thing to be here, this person is this kind of a person. If it was brighter, you guys will have seen it. Is there movement? Either in the scene or from the camera itself. Is this lady going to move about? That's part of missing scene. If the person is moving about, there is a reason she is moving about. Whether she is busy, she is late on delivery or something. All these things are predetermined by you, the director. The answers will lead you toward effective missing scene. And which is what I am talking about. Next slide, please. The frame. Can we read? Do we understand that? Do we all understand that? The frame is everything. That's it. The frame. It is everything. What you see in here, it is everything. It delivers every bit. We just talked about missing scene. We are dovetailing into the frame now. It is every bit of visual information to your audience. We said it. Filmmaking is a visual medium. It is interpretive. It is also a post-production medium, which is editing. Framing and composition helps to direct the audience mind to what is important, which is where I'm coming to. The way I frame or compose the shots helps to tell whoever is watching that something is amiss or something is not amiss. It helps to direct the audience mind to what is important. And at the end of the day, it brings it home. Size communicates importance. Keep in mind this concept, which is what I want you to take away from this frame thing now. Keep in mind this concept, which is one of the most important when it comes to framing. Size communicates importance. So Alfred Hitchcock is a very, very known director back in the day. He was known for playing a lot of mind games with the audience. And he was the one that said that the biggest thing in your frame should be the most important thing. And that is what this is just saying now. Size communicates importance. If I frame this bottle of La Casera very big in your frame, then that La Casera is very important in that scene. It's as important as, as easy as that. And that is what the psychology is. If size communicates importance, I have taken the mind of the viewers or the audience to this La Casera bottle. So that La Casera bottle is going to play a significant role in that scene. It is either it is going to pour, or there is poison inside, or it's going to explode, or something is going to be with that La Casera bottle. And that is why I have brought the mind of the audience to it by giving it that very big frame close-up. So bear in mind that size communicates importance. It is very, very, very important when you're framing. Next slide, please. The director of photography and the director relationship. This is very important too, that you know how to communicate with your director of photography, because many a times these jobs intertwine. The only difference being that the director of photography doesn't have anything to do with storytelling, because you are the storyteller being the director. But most of the other things, you have to communicate with the person. He's the person that is going to place the camera based on what you have told him. He will choose the lenses. That, okay, based on what you said right now, these are the lenses that I think will be better applicable. And based on the mood of the scene, this lighting is more applicable. Either we're going low key, high key, mid key and all that, it's going to be this. So look at it. To a great extent, the knowledge base of the cinematographer overlaps with the knowledge base of the director. Can we read, guys? No. I've read that already. Come on, let's go. I've said this before here. We read somewhere that filmmaking is collaborative. A filmmaker needs an army, a writer needs a pen, and an artist needs a brush. But a filmmaker needs an army. It's collaborative, and you have to manage people. And that is what this is trying to tell you. You have to recognize, and not just recognize, you have to maximize. Because that is the only time at optimum capacity, that you're getting the best out of people. And that should be a particular trait that you have as a director. It's part of your job to make sure you get the best out of your crew. Next slide, please. Directing. It's a medium that tells the complete story from your visionary point of view. So every director will tell his or her story from his or her own point of view. That is why we keep saying that filmmaking is subjective. I give all of you guys the same scripts. You guys are going to come out with different movies, trust me. There's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing. But same script, word for word, entry for entry, scene for scene. It is. You have to understand. Now I told you guys, look at where we started building up from. We finally got into directing, right? Next slide. The film director. Can we read? Let's go. Go ahead. We finally came to who a director is. But look at where we started the journey from. We know the characteristics of a director before we knew who a director was. And that is the whole embodiment of the whole thing. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry. Sorry, go back. Go back, sorry. The director collaborates. Let's go. And where does this fall into? Production designer, costume designer, and other department heads. Those two departments are in the arts department, and I told you guys how important that department is to filmmaking. Without the art department, there is no film. It's as simple as that, because that's where you have your props, that's where you have set design, all what you have, carpentry, constructions, and all that. Finally, so we know the job of a director now. Next slide. The photographer, which is the cinematographer. But we don't shoot cinema anymore. We don't shoot on film mostly. Even in Hollywood, 80 to 20. There are some film purists like Christopher Nolan and I think Martin Scorsese and what's his name? And Quentin Tarantino. They are purists. They still shoot on film. They say they don't want to step over to digital cinema and all that. So the word cinematography is from cinema. But since we're shooting digital cinema mostly now, so that's why I said photographer. Don't mistake this for still photographer. So director of photography. These are the functions of the director of photography. Can we read this? That's the job of a cinematographer, not a director's job. If you know, all well and good, it's added knowledge. But primarily, it's the job of the cinematographer. Next. Did I mention that some cinematographers don't handle the camera? Yes. So you guys can confirm that now. Go ahead. Next slide, please. All right. We know who a director is. We know who a cinematographer or a photographer is right now to this stage. So we have gotten to the stage where I tell you guys happily about this. You don't have an excuse to fail. If you fail, pick yourself up. Don't come and give me any excuse. Check where you have made mistakes, correct it in your next project. That is how to become good and leave bad or average behind. Let's look at what George Lucas said. George Lucas is the director and producer of Star Wars and all that. You guys will know if you guys just quickly look him up. He's a big gun in Hollywood and all that. Look at what he said. You recce the area to know how to attack the enemy or something. So we have borrowed it into filmmaking and we call it location recce. If you had done your location recce, you'll have known that, okay, thankfully this day, make sure you don't shoot within those hours. So you have turned that problem into an advantage. Set up your camera and they take light around the time you come, and of course your own gen is going to be on, but you don't want the neighbor's gen to be on because it will disturb your shoots, and the neighbors are the heady ones that don't want to even hear anything about this thing in this heat and everything. No, no, no. And okay, I can't lose the day, I can't lose money, I can't lose this. You end up shooting a shitty movie with your sound very bad, and you come, when you release the film and the sound is shitty, are you going to put a sign in the front of the movie to tell them that that particular day that I shot this scene, or the generator of the neighbor? Come on. You don't have any excuse. Whether it rained, if the rain is disturbing your sound, you stop and let the rain stop and you continue shoot. So don't make any excuse for you to do a bad job, because if it becomes a part of you, you will always have excuses. And that is what George Lucas is trying to let everybody know. Don't tell me it snowed. Don't tell me the actor came up with a headache or something. Nobody cares. What they care about is the output of the job, whether it is good or not. Nobody cares what you went through. Nobody cares what you spent on a production, whether it's 50,000, whether it's 200,000, and whether it's 1 million or something. Because I have had people hide behind the facts that they don't have enough money. That is why the movie is like that. No, you already knew before you went on set that this was your budget. How about you write a script that budget can cater to? If it's going to be a shot, let it be a shot. So that's what he's trying to say. So it is not a matter of how well can you make a movie. It's how well can you make it under the circumstances. Because there is always circumstances, and you cannot use that as an excuse. There will always be circumstances. And that is life. We just talked about it, the one-dimensionality of the script or something. Once a movie is one-dimensional, it is boring. Because life itself is not one-dimensional. So you already knew, or you already know rather, that you will have these circumstances in front. So how do you manipulate those circumstances to make them even work all the better for you? That is your job as a director, not to use it as an excuse to do a shitty job. You can't put a title card on the head of the movie saying, well, we had a really bad problem, it rained, there was hurricane, cameras broke down, the actors got sick. You can't do that. You simply have to show them the movie and it got to work. Simple and short. There are no excuses. And you really have to focus on what you are doing and plow ahead no matter what the hurdles are thrown in front of you. That is you. You have to be dogged. I told you at the beginning, and that's why we had the little fire chat that we had. Now, why do you guys want to be a director? Because it is not what you guys see. If you really want to be a good one. Next slide, please. All right. This is going to be interactive after this because I'm rounding up now. Show, don't tell. We agreed, yeah? We have parameters, and we agreed that filmmaking is a visual medium, eh? We agreed. So, do less of the talking and do more of the visual communication. Showing is describing what is happening versus stating what is happening. Stating is normally what you will see. People will argue that Nigerians like talking a lot. Bullshit. Excuse my English. How you talk in real life is not how characters are supposed to talk. And that is where the mistake comes. Because you write dialogue on the street, on the nose dialogue, how are you? I'm fine, this. Yeah. No. That's not how it's supposed to go. Your dialogue or the dialogue of a movie is supposed to interest me, the viewer. It's supposed to make me want to sit down. I like what he just said or something. I like how he answered that. Or I like this. Or I like... That is it. So that way, there is an emotional connection between the audience and the actors. And once there is that connection, trust me, you can tell them that 2 + 2 is 22, and they would not question you. But once that connection is not there, what they do is they suspend their disbelief and they start questioning your every move. At that time, you have lost the audience. So let's not get it twisted. Example, I pulled my knees up to my shin, hugged them as tight as possible, and held my breath until it was over. Versus, I was so scared I couldn't wait until it was over. So I was so scared I couldn't wait until it was over. It's me talking to you. What would you prefer out of the two? I say it or you see it? You see, so it is simple psychology, and this is what we all know. But how come we don't apply? So go back to what Bruce Lee said. It is not enough to know. You have to apply. Willing is not enough. You have to do. And which was why that slide was right at the beginning, because I know it is going to coincide here. Like I rightly told you guys, every slide here was prepared for this class. Because at the end of the day, if just one out of you people become a good director tomorrow, my job is done. Just one person. Last year at AFRIF, they said, why am I so pessimistic? Why am I saying just one person and not even up to 5? And I tried to explain how the concept works. A tree can actually make a forest. Yeah? it will only take longer. Well, a tree can actually make a forest. But that is not for this class. I don't want to digress into that. Show, don't tell. In screenwriting, emphasizes the importance of allowing actions and visuals to convey information rather than relying on exposition or characters directly stating facts or emotions. For example, instead of having a character say, I am angry, you could show their anger through their body language and facial expressions. And don't tell me because you see Mama Harrison shouting all the time when he's angry and you want to. Can you do it another way? So that whoever is watching is like, okay, what is this person trying to do? And okay, the next thing, you're getting closer and closer and you're sitting down and you're... their disbelief, you're on your way to Uhuru. Let's move on. For example, okay, I've done that. Or, instead of having a character explicitly say, I love you. Next slide, please. All right. This is time now we interact again. Understand. Next slide, please. When you're scared, do you see yourselves? Any of these when you're scared? Do you see yourself? Any of these? Yes? No? Yeah? Do we see ourselves? Next slide. When you're happy, do you see yourself? Next slide. Nervous, do you see yourself doing any of this? Yeah? Next. When you're frustrated, do you see yourself? Next slide. When you're upset, you see yourselves? You guys are not talking. Are you still processing it? Do you see yourself? Upset? Next. When you're excited, yeah, okay. Next slide. When you're sobbing, do you see yourself doing any of this? You see yourself? Next slide. When you're bored, you see yourself? Yeah, the guy from Abeokuta, you're seeing yourself a lot. Next slide. Okay. we come to conscience and intuition. Let's read this together. I will explain, although it is self-explanatory. Let's go. That means it gives you an option. But your conscience will tell you what you should. No option. This is what you should do. Go and do it. Intuition is good. That means there may be a better way to do what you want to do right now. How about you process that? So conscience shouts what you should do. Conscience is always shouting. Yeah, because that is there. It's always there. Intuition is like a whisper. You have to be trained. You know that this thing I want to do, there is probably a better way to do it and to achieve a better result than you just going to what you already know and just going and then. Intuition whispers, here is what you could do. Could, should. Nothing defines your character as a director more than listening to your intuition. That's just it. It's not everybody that will have that. You have to train yourself now as you're moving along, and thankfully you guys are learning this now. So by the time you guys get there, you already know when your intuition is telling you something. Intuition and conscience work in tandem, yet they are different. Conscience doesn't mean you're wrong. But intuition is saying, hey, you may be right, but hey, there may be a better way to do this thing. And as a creative, that is what you should be tilting towards. Because remember that at the end of the day, you are in pursuit of perfection. And that's the person that said it, Steven Spielberg. World-renowned director, filmmaker, studio owner, DreamWorks Studio, SKG. He is the S in the SKG. Next slide, please. A wrap. This is where it comes to an end. But this is what I leave you with. And we're going to read it together. In any given moment, we have two options. To step forward into growth or to step back into safety. That's the person that said it, Abraham Maslow. So, here is the truth nobody will tell you. Filmmaking does not reward talent, it rewards endurance. The filmmakers who make it are not always the most gifted. They are the ones who didn't quit. They kept filming when it stopped being fun. Kept cutting scenes no one will ever see. Kept learning from shots that didn't work. Filmmaking is a long game. You do not wake up with the eye. You build it frame by frame, failure by failure. That's why I said at the beginning of this class that never be afraid to fail. It doesn't mean you're a failure. What you should be afraid of is being a failure. Because if you're a failure, that means you can never get up again. But if you fail at a thing, it should propel you to be better when next you're going out to do something. Because you already know what your mistakes are. It's dragging gear in the rain, missing birthdays, burning weekends on scenes. You will reshoot, no applause, no audience, just you and the work. But every shot you take, every story you tell, every mistake you survive That's what makes the filmmaker, not talent, not hype, endurance. That's the skill nobody talks about, and honestly, it's one of the ones that matters most. That's where I rest this. When it's a film, a period of grief, is not supposed to wear bright colors. Colors are supposed to be dull, not necessarily black. But because bright signifies happiness, when things are good and all that, you understand, bright colors. But dull colors signifies that things are either the way they are, or when you go into the shades of the blacks, then you can easily say that this person is undergoing a bad period. It is in the appearance of the person. How does the person dress? If you're going through a lot, you're not going to have time for so much makeup and all that. You're not going to have time to dress too much. So it will also affect your dressing. If you used to dress loud in the film, during that your period of low, you can't be dressing loud again. So it is when you don't know that you see the person dressing all the same time. Meanwhile, the person is not. Because at the end of the day, you're not just telling a story with the dialogue that, like we found out just now, you're also doing that visually. And the person that is watching, what you guys as filmmakers, or we as filmmakers, fail to realize that the audience is very smart. That's the truth. And every filmmaker must respect the audience. If you fail to respect the audience, that is when you will start shooting shitty stuff, believing you will get away with it. That's what happens. But if you respect the audience enough, you will have done your homework properly to make sure that you don't shoot shitty stuff. It's as simple as that. So there are colors and their significance. Red, love, fire. I mean orange, fire, you know. Black for mourning here in Nigeria and in so many other places. I think in India it's white. I'm not sure. Do you understand? You have to understand culture of the environment you are also situating the story into. In Egypt, I think they mourn with yellow, not sure. So you understand. So it is, you're not going to just assume. You have to know. And that is where the intentionality comes in. Do you get? Yeah? White is for peace. Green is for life. Blue, water, ocean, yeah, and all that. You see, you have to understand what the colors signify. And you now apply them to your work. It makes your job stand out from the average director. Question? Do you have any other question? You've forgotten? Please.
So, there are some scenarios, thank you, sir, whereby, I think what we are treating in a class, there are some scenarios whereby some producers want a particular set of actors to like do like in a particular film. Like they say, this is the actor I want to do this film for me, this is the actor I want to do this film, maybe for publicity's sake or something. But then if maybe the casting for the actor is wrong on the part of the director, maybe the actor is not getting right into the character. As a director, what should I do? Should I tell the producer that I can't work with this person, I just have to manage working with this person?
It's a tricky one. But have we established that the actor is an actor?
Yes, he's an actor. But
But it's just that you don't feel the actor is good enough for the role,
yeah,
or the actor is not good enough for the role. Is it you talking or the capacity of the actor?
Okay, not
or
on.
you have a preference for another actor?
Exactly you want. So in that kind of a situation, what do you do?
Well, in certain times, there are people called casting directors.
Yeah. Yeah.
In certain times, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But here, I'll bring it back home. Directors, you know, involved in casting and all that. But now, it is for you now to know whether to walk away. It's a personal choice. You know, whether to walk away if you know in your heart of hearts that the person cannot really bring this to life. But if you have an inkling, any inkling at all, that you can make this person work, it is just that I have to do extra work as a director, I will say you should go, rather than walk away. It is only when you know that no way, that know how this person can play this scene and it will be believable or something, and the producer has other ulterior motive and all that, and that is why the person is casting that person. You now have to choose whether you want to let the job go or you go. But it's a personal thing. But if you ask me, if you know at the back of your mind that this person cannot do this thing, because some producers are like that. I've come across so many like that and all that. And there are some jobs that I have been able to say, no, damn it, yeah, take your job and go. There are also some that you have gotten into the job and you found out that things are not the way you think that they will be. It now behoves on you, knowing that George Lucas, or we have learned, said there are no excuses for you, to make it work at the end of the day, so that you won't use that as an excuse, or you actually can say, I know that I can't make this work, and you walk away. So it's a personal choice, really. Yeah, it's a personal choice. Yeah, but also know that the industry is evolving. It's a fledgling industry, whether we like it or not. Nollywood, as we know it, started in the early 90s. Not Nigerian film industry, don't get it wrong. Nigerian film industry, we've had it since the pre-colonial and into the colonial time and to now. But Nollywood as it is, you know, the whole entirety started, you know, in the early 90s, in stroke, late 80s, and, you know, then Living in Bondage came in 92 or so, and boom, everything Nollywood started, you know, from there, from the New York reporter that gave the name Nollywood and all that, basically. So you will have these kind of situations. Even in Sena Crimes, you will have a particular situation that producers will impose, or the studios, as it may be now, will impose that, hey, this is the person we want to work with. Once the person is trained and is an actor, it behoves on you, the director, to get the best out of the person. All right. Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay, we close at the same time. Yeah, please, the slide is with the founder of the festival. Please, everything, I'll tell you to share the slide with you guys. It's been my pleasure, guys. Yeah.
you, I'll try as much as I can to make it simplify it. Thank you. Maybe later, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to start by this research. This is a research paper. Yeah, it's a research paper that was presented somewhere. So I gave George the complete research paper, which you can read, and to send to you. This is the presentation for that research paper. So what I'm giving to you is an academic research paper combined with experience. So it's coming from both experience and research work. So it's not just try and error. So it's you can Google it, search for it, and then you get to know more. So I titled this Breaking Basic Codes of Advanced Lighting Techniques and Mise-en Shots. I know you've not heard mise-en shot before. I bet you a lot of people have not heard mise-en shots, but you've heard mise-en-scene. You can't hear me? How I can't speak louder than this. Perhaps you have to come in front here, please. I don't know how to speak very high. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can sit. Yeah, please. I'm so sorry. So, you've not heard of mise-en shots, but you've heard of mise-en-scene. And when you hear mise-en-scene, you don't know what mise-en-scene is because it's probably described in different ways. And then mise-en shot is actually directing class. Visualizing in his head, all of the whole grammar. If it is not painted accurately, there won't be film. You understand? So the director can visualize, think, whatever. The writer can write, the producer can. And understand it clearly. A filmmaker is a person that creates visual text. A filmmaker is that person that creates moving pictures. You understand? That tells story, that entertain, that educates, and all of that. Now, a director is a role in filmmaking. A producer is a role in filmmaking. A scriptwriter is a role in filmmaking. We're all creative arts people now, Abi. A noun as what? If it's a noun, it's as what? If filmmaking is a noun, what is it as? What do you describe it as? Huh? When you say filmmaker is a noun and filmmaker as a verb, these two things. Let me hear you speak out, please.
Name. As a noun is a name.
A name of what?
Of the individual. Of the individual.
Okay, now, if it's a noun, you can check it as a noun is not the name. I'm trying to tell you that filmmaking is not about me. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's about the art and science of creating visual images, you understand? It's not just art alone, it's science and it is art. So in broader perspective, you say it's art, it's science, and it's business. Do you understand? So now, the role individuals play in it, you can be a director, you can be a, whatever they call it, a cinematographer, a writer, you can now play whatever role in that. So, but it's bigger than an individual, you understand? You need to put that in your head. So if you're going into filmmaking, don't go like, I'm a filmmaker. It's not about you, it's about collective process to paint a visual text. So there's a difference between a cinematographer, a camera operator, and is someone that is trained is someone that operates to do what? Tell a story. So it's not only the director that tells a story. Stories are in perspective, including the person that will be watching the film will do what? Decipher the story from another perspective. So if a director tells a story, he's telling a story from, okay, this is how I said. But I won't talk about film language here because that's not what it's all about. This class is about cinematography. I'm trying to make you understand that cinematography is the engine room. Someone can say I'm a director, not to concern me as cinematography. Or I'm the writer, not to concern me as cinematography. It means you don't understand what filmmaking is all about. You understand? So let's go to the introduction, please. Okay, I can use it, right? So which? Up, down. So down is next. What did I just do? Oh, hey, that's it now. I'm right. Introduction. So now, you can't talk about cinematography or camera works without lights, right? So this is what brings us to cinematography. So I want to ask, what is light? What do you understand by light? Let's make it fast, please. You can just say anything. Or rather, light and darkness, which comes first? Darkness comes first. What did you say? Darkness comes first. What about you? What about you? Same thing. We all agree darkness comes first. So is there darkness? So there is darkness. So can you close your eyes? Close your eyes, please. Close your eyes. What do you see? Is darkness? That's not darkness. There's never darkness. Darkness doesn't exist. Open your eyes. I'm just trying to make it fast so that we can go further. Darkness does not exist. There's no darkness. I'm coming. There's no darkness. So I'm trying to make it fast. I wish we had time. I would break it down into components, but you can read the book, the research I gave you. There's no darkness. There's actually no darkness. Now, when you close your eye, there's what you see is gray, it's not darkness. Now, let me explain it to you. It has a name. It has a title. It has a name. What you see when you close your eyes has a name. You understand? And I'll give you the name before the end of this class. You understand? So, before you talk about camera, there is light. So this is what's brought about camera. The motion picture principle. There's what we call motion picture principle. It is Peter Rogers' principle. It's what states that the human mind has ability to retain an image that is in front of it over a fraction of a second if replaced with another image. A practical example. If, just look at me and close your eyes. Close your eyes, open it.
What's the difference, please? So that's something like you see some references on YouTube. So, according to that image in that iPhone 24, you understand? So now this is what is the difference between the frame, your camera that shoots 4K, and the camera used to shoot 4K? What's the difference? Two different. Even though they shoot 4K. Different lenses, what I say here. I said, what is the difference between the camera you use that is 4K and the camera you see on set that shoots 4K? What are the differences? You guys are creative people, I expect you to talk. No, use the mic. Say it fast, so what happens? Okay, so I can talk like this, right? What? Let's think about it. How does light benefit the camera? You sure? Or you're just saying what is the amount of light? If you put on camera, how does the camera see light? It's too less, right? So what determines that light I'm using? So that means I can put a lens on the camera and still blind the camera. Have you? So I can put a lens on the camera and still blind the camera. So it's something that allows the lens to allow the light to go from the lens to the camera. That's what? That's what? And you can see the thing. It's the iris. Iris. No, it's not iris. It's called iris on the side. I didn't say eyepiece, so I said iris. Iris on the side, right? So look at it, too basic. Then in some lenses you can have what? The zoom. You understand? So what is the iris important? To let you see light. Right. That's why when you set up the camera, you do what? You try to zoom, you try to open up the aperture, right? So now, on the body of the camera you have what? The sensor. Right? On the lens of the camera you have what? You have the iris, you have the zoom ring, and you have the focus ring. On the body of the camera you have the gates. On that gate, the frame is called gate. For digital, it's called shutter. Like a shutter. Now the shutter are divided into two. For film camera is called gate. For digital camera is called shutter. Now the shutter are divided into two. You can have shutter speed and have shutter angle. You understand? Now shutter angle is by degree. Shutter speed is by what? Okay, what's the difference between shutter speed and shutter angle? I'm just trying to open your mind because the class is very time is but even though you see what I have, you love this class so you can. So what's the difference between shutter speed and shutter angle? Shutter
the amount you open per shopper per second for the light.
Okay, let me help you. What's the difference between shutter speed and aperture? If you are saying amount, what's the difference between shutter angle and amount of the aperture? Let's say it's actually normally measured in T-step, but because it's the factory setup that you set for you, use the word extra because it's already set for the manufacturer of the stuff. So anytime you do the calculation, you understand? Those are the learning cameras we talk about in this calculation. However, what's the difference between shutter angle and aperture?
Aperture, I knew.
Now, but when you paint the picture will not tell you that this light is from the lens, this light is from the camera. The picture doesn't say that. So now the difference, let me help you understand this better. One controls the amount of light. The other controls the length of time that the light comes in. I want you to understand. You understand? So one controls the amount of light that comes in. Okay, you open this door, what's the number of light that comes in? Now, one is calculating the time. Those lights stay on the time and what open and close. You understand? So we just start. So now, what the major difference in shutter speed and shutter angle, not aperture and shutter angle, is that one is usually, there are just 10 different. One is usually used for photography, and the other is usually used as speculative effect. and then their measurements are different, you understand? And that's why when you're shooting film and you're doing shorter speed, they will tell you what to do, go 50 or go below 50. You do that, that's what you said. You start going quick, you start breaking. But in film, you're doing shorter angles, you can expose 180, depending on what you're like. You understand? So you need to understand the structure of camera. I'm really trying to be fast because there's no time. So now, before I tell you, the role of light, can we talk about the role of light in film? Tell me what you think the role of light in film? Because I heard in the directing class, they say cinematographer, you guys will say cinematographer, but think something about storytelling. The cinematographer can tell a story, you understand? Tell a story. Tell a story, you understand? Tell a story is a lot of things, and I will come to that, you understand? Tell a story, you know? So now, so what is the role of that? Please just come and tell me. Let me hear it. You can read what I wrote, you understand? So what's the role? What's the role of light? Visual. So visual. You and I think that sense in which he said the whole has the same role. Thank you very much. Now, let's make it clear. I want you to put it in your head now. Huh? You need to tell me the difference between time, period, and error in cinema. Time, period, and error. In lighting, there's a difference between time. Somebody asked a very sensitive question. They were asking me, he said something about what is directly to look out for creating particular mood or something. Some question they ask. You understand? Time, period, and error is one of the criteria you need to do. Environment is another thing you need to look at. Texture. There are so many things you understand. You get. But there's difference between time, period, and error. They will share my research or you guys will do that to see the difference. So lighting is also, you also have, lighting also recognizes as you have a genre of lighting. Have different genres, right? Those special things, anytime you can light, on stage, you guys have stage genre. You're the same genre, like genres, story genre, nation theater. These are very basic, right? Just tell me. Comedy, yes, comedy, sit up. I didn't hear you. Tragic comedy, thriller, action. Those are what? Those are what? They are what? What are they? What are they? I'm trying to challenge you guys. What are they? They are what? You see, you mentioned comedy, you mentioned tragic comedy, you mentioned thriller. What are they called? So if you pick up a story to write scripts, or if you want to act, I wish the acting class I would have asked them. If you want to act, do you just act, or do you want to know the genre of the act? You want to know it? So they are different, right? Also, it's like a genre too. You understand? And that brings us to one of the very pronounced genre of life is pronounce it, please. Film noir. That's actually in general. So, this genre writing has to do with when you are writing, the king of this impression of the light is Hitchcock. Now, in film language, there's what they call psychoanalysis, there's what they call author theory, there's what they call structuralism, there's what they call Marxist theory, and all of that. So now this theory, if you understand it, you understand how to tell stories in light. Now this picture we have an example of a film noir, where light creates impression. Mind you, we talked about property of life. Property of life, one of the property of life is to create impression. Is what we call impressionism. It's to create impression. Impression of maybe fear, impression of horror, impression of different impressions. You understand? That's also one property of life. So Film Noir is creating shadows. Now, this has to do with light and shadow. It's different from what we call chiaroscuro lighting. It's different. And you see it in this stuff. I wish I had time. This is not how I wanted to start. Like this kind of thing. I wish I had. So, this example of Film Noir, this you need more to see of it. Let's go to this is chiaroscuro. This is also another technique in lighting. This also has to do basically when you are lighting a particular subject to create a mood. You understand? Now, the issue of this chiaroscuro lighting is mostly in painting in canvas. I don't know if you guys do painting. Painting. You do painting? You do fine art everywhere. Now, when you paint, people that paint on canvas, in the Roman art, they paint on canvas using colors, light and shade to represent actors or represent an object or subject to tell something. That's what I was doing about. For instance, if I'm painting, let's say I want to create a scene that everybody is sitting down there, and I want to use light to say, somebody walks in and I see, and I want to introduce the person as a demon. You understand? I want to introduce the person as a demon. I don't need to know the person might come sit. But the way I'm going to light this place, and when the person sits, it gives an impression of who is this person. So I can mix chiaroscuro lighting and the genre of film noir, you understand, together to tell a story without even using dialogue to tell you everything and give you an idea of this person, something is about him. You know? Same goes about to paint here. And that brings us to the kind of color psychology. They are all written. Just trying to make it faster. They are written to really to see more about the thing. So in color psychology, am I not controlling it or that? Yes. I'm the one, right? So this chiaroscuro, example of chiaroscuro, like this. You see? These are painting. So now what paint does is that they take some of this and bring it into film. How do I think that things about someone painting visual effects, right? You're trying to appeal already lighting and camera. So now, because one thing we do in this country is you just jump into hanging camera. We do that. People just go carry camera, keep lights. But you need to understand the progression, the trajectory of how it is going, knowing that whenever you go, just like the directing class will say, you have intention, deliberate in painting, picture, and telling story. So you need to tell a story that your light will be telling stories to the audience. If it is morning, your audience should see and understand that it's morning. Someone greeted good morning here. Here, right? Anyways, greeted good morning. Why was that? I don't know. Maybe psychological miscalculation. However, if you look outside, morning and afternoon usually have almost the same time. You look at the moon, it is raining. So, but how do you tell the difference between day, night, and morning, or whatever, early morning, dawn? How do you tell 1960 so easily? How do you tell in the 70s so easily? How do you tell era, period, and time? What are the differences, you understand? Using that. How do you create light texture and film? All of these things, how do you do light texture psychology? You understand? Lighting psychology before we get there. Red has a lighting psychology, but you can use it in reverse psychology. You can see most lighting psychology in adverts. MTN, you see MTN adverts, you see mostly drugs. You see most of the lighting and everything you see and what you understand. If only you have about a play with people, when you use light to tell a particular story. Red is mostly power. Red is power and it's strong psychology. You can symbolize power, you understand? And you can watch it on YouTube. slightly fishbowl. But I wish I would have watched with you to analyze with you and guide you through some things so that you can see. And even you pick your phone. And you can chat me or what on Instagram, right? Yeah. I'm trying on Instagram. So you understand? Fishbowl. Fishbowl. Huh? No, that's the title of the page. Fishbowl. Title fishbowl. If I watch it, then I will give you some tips on that. So now that's your side colors and colors. So lighting design. So let's discuss lighting design very fast. So then, tell me what you understand about lighting. I don't want us to do it. I just want to tell me what you understand. Lighting design. Yeah, you're telling me flexing. Lighting design. You're telling me the flexing of light. Lighting design. When you read a script, how do you, what's the lighting design? Let me say lighting design. Let me quickly tell you. If you read a script, you first determine what? The time, period, the end of that story. Huh? It gives you an idea of how to design it, right? And then you look at the theme of the story. What is this story talking about? You look at the characterization of the story. You look at the psychology of the story. You look at all these are the things you look at, not location. When you look at all of these things, it gives you an idea how to design. But when you understand what to design, that's when you now go for location. So to this location fits what you are designing. And this, you understand, fits what you are designing. You understand? So where your lighting design, what's in your lighting design, that's when you talk about light psychology, color of the light, and how you place the light, light texture, and choose the general for the light you want to use. So lighting design has a role. That's where you determine the context of light. Where time period, you can mention it from our definition. So you need to read that. What I tried to do was have all this stuff and review parts. I will show you a video assignment for say to go and shoot this representative of the what I'm trying to make it faster for you. Maybe chat me up on Instagram and possibly talk to us. Abu Kelly, my name is Abu Kelly, just Abu Kelly, I'm not a video properties of life. So there are different between design, lighting design and properties of life. If somebody wants to use deep and be discovered for their own research, let me go to the next. These are all properties of life. Now, other properties of life now, when the properties of life are simply when they're properties of life, that's how light is used, how it moves. Now, light diffuse, you can diffuse light, you can reflect light, you can do what? Reflect light, you can flag the light, you understand? That's reflect, it's still reflect. That's in the very boundary reflect. The very boundary reflects, you understand? So you can diffuse light, you can reflect it, and also under light, I told about time period of error, it has different needs. Light has a temperature, right? The morning there's a temperature, the afternoon there's a temperature, the evening there's a temperature. So at night, often in Nigerian films you see most, not just in Nigerian films, they make night blue, but actually night is not blue. I hope you know that night is not blue, in fact night is not blue. Now if you study light you understand that there are basic primary colors of light, right? You know the basic primary colors of light, can you mention them? Can we all mention them together? There are 7 basic primary colors. Do you know them? You know the 7 primary colors, rainbow colors. Yes. You know the 7 basic colors. I'm sure you know them. You're asking me, right? Yes. Okay, now let's Can you hear me, guys? These 7 colors, right? Among them, there are colors with higher frequency and there are colors with lower frequency. The one with higher frequency, the sun is high, it's scatter all over the place. And one of them, you see, that's why you see when the sun is high, you see blue, the sky is like blue. And you can see the sky is blue sometimes, you see right now the sky is gray. It's gray because the sun is not high, so the color with the lower frequency is dominating. And among the colors with the lower frequency is red. You understand? Red is one of the colors with lower frequency. Mixed with the right color, you see blue. You understand? And that's what you see when you close your eyes. There's a name to it. I'll give you the spell. I'll spell it for you and then you go and search it. That's what you see when you close your eyes. So now, under the frequency of light and color, you have the light temperature, right? When the camera now wants to shoot, before we like doing light balance or you guys do that for those days you put something on it like balance and but now you choose the temperature. Temperature in Kelvin, you measure it in Kelvin. That's to say, for lower temperature, you have a range. For hot temperature, you have a range. All of that are properties of light. You understand? They're all properties of light. You can use it. I have a little bit. So, very important to see that I understand. Is another document I sent you. So now let's go into using shots. Let's go to the beginning. Is on the other document we sent you, but I don't think we project it. Maybe we don't have it. Using shots. You saw the right of that? Using shots. There's a document for all this that I'm sent to you, but I reached there. And you have it there. So now this is it. Moving shots is from the moving shot. I want you guys to see it's called a moving huge here. I want to film this. I have a document for it. You don't have to practice, you just read it and practice. So these are all the different things that I is on the other document itself. You understand? So what moving shot is simply how you use the camera to tell a story. You know, mise en scène is the arrangement, right? The mise en shot now is how you use the camera, how the document is that. So on that, I want to ask, you always heard composition and you always heard framing. But have you thought of the difference between composition and framing? There's a difference between composition and framing. That's what you learn under mise en shot. If you are framing, is different from composition. You understand? And then we have camera movement. Now when you hear camera movement, people think, if I say camera movement, what does it mean? Yeah. say, if you say camera movement, what does it mean? Movement of the camera, you're repeating the movement, you understand? But if you ask question, don't repeat the same, don't repeat the same. So when you say camera movement, so if I take this from here, do like this, what is this? Huh? If I take this from here and put it here, what is this? So it's the exchange or the reposition of an object from one point to another. So in this case it's what camera. So the camera movement now is what a communication. If somebody does a camera movement, there are now types of movements. So that movement can be animation, that movement can be one, it can be on stick, which is not aroma, tilt, or it can be on the plane where it's elevating, or it can be on the slide when it's doing what crabbing, or going in, or going out, or there are so many movements, or spinning around. So movement is, when we say, give me camera movement, the person has not said anything. Until we give you the exact type of movement, you understand? You get, so you need to understand that movement is just the topic, but now the type of movement. Then in music short is just to understand why does this movement, why do you need this movement? Why do you need to go in, why do you need to go out? You need to elevate. Now, camera angle, we have types of angles. Can we name them? I'm trying to make it fast because in music short to understand how to use the camera. That's music short. Types of camera angles. Yes, low angle, high angle, Dutch angle, yes. So now, in the directing class, we mentioned that the high angles should diminish and low angles should elevate. But I tell you, one of the beautiful things we mentioned is that film industry is growing. That is very cliche and very stereotyped. Very, very stereotyped. Let me tell you, when you raise your camera up, it's not only to diminish, but to reveal as well. Let me give you a practical example. How many of you know this and boats? This and boats. How many of you guys watch football too? So if you are filming footballers, they call you as a cameraman to come and shoot football. You need to give them high level. Sometimes you go high, right? Now the high, why are you showing them high? Is it to diminish the actors? It's to show the distance between the player and the football. Or the distance between this side and that side. Also to show a distance between, if the car is chasing another car, to show the road connection and the distance between this car and that car. So it's not necessary to diminish. If I want to see everybody here, I want to see them on the perspective. That means if I'm standing here, the camera should at least give a particular perspective with my eye point of view, understand? To show you from a particular elevated point. So camera is not limited to diminishing. So in case you're directing, don't think is only when you want to diminish. You can do that to review. You can do that to also guide. You can do that to also lead. You understand? There are different ways. Now, we also have points of view, music show. We have like about 3 types of points of view. You know that? Type of points of view. Okay, we have types of points of view. Now let me help you put this just faster. Now, point of view is my point of view, right? We have different kind of points of view. Just like camera, there are different types of points of view. Now, the point where you are seeing the view, what's the view? Stella. The point of view Stella is seeing is different from you. Let me give you a point. Stella's point of view, she could see the two of her head, two of her shoulders, right? But from your own point of view, you're not seeing anything except this, right? So, points of view, different types. You have the subjective, you understand, where you have the omniscience, you understand where it seems like it's God that is seeing. How can I want to know what you need to collect the ability to understand? It's as if it's God that is seeing you. So, in having points of view, in music show, you must be deliberate what point of view, what perspective you want the audience to see it. And I want them to see it like God. And I want them to see it like from someone seeing from another person. And I just want them to see it subjective or objective or omniscient or stuff. So always know that I'm just limited to when they refer what type of point of view you understand. So, there's so many things that I talk about it. There's like short. I can't talk about it. There's so many other things. This is not how I look at the class. I'm just like, so please, I think I have to end here. But I wish at time I was giving you color psychology, how to light a scene, based on when you come into an environment, the light the scene, how to light a scene naturally and otherwise, you understand? How to enhance natural light, you understand? How to light the scene using time, how to light the scene and create texture in the scene, you understand? How to use colors to signify psychology, you understand? Color psychology and how to use it in reverse psychology. And the particular way of using reverse psychology characters, for example, green signifies light, green signifies light, right? But you see in most color movies, we use it in reverse, which is also the reverse of light, death. So if green signifies light, I can use the reverse in horror movies. That's why I see some horror movies or some easy scenes, you see blue, red is power, and you can use it in reverse, which is passion. You can use it in reverse, which is also you understand? Reverse of it. Yellow is brightness, you understand? You can use it in reverse. Blue has its own psychology, and you can use it in reverse, you understand? So you are not only boxed to using it as it is, you can also use it in reverse. So if you are lighting, you can light without using it, light in reverse. So I wish I had time, I wish I would come again. Usually if I take lighting camera, usually I would take for like 4 days around it. So I can take it in progression. Before you come out of it, trust me, you need to your head will be, at least you have something but you can't use this structure all the time. So if you have any question, please ask me the lighting camera. If you don't ask me, I will. Super, let me tell you different between sensors. How sensors, now there are so many things in sensors. But the basic thing in sensors that we need to look out for is their sensitivity to light and the size. Sensor is basically about sensitivity to light and the size. So different camera has different color science. That's why the way this camera you see, this sun camera you see under low light is different from. So this is also sun. This is also sun. Imagine I get another camera like no sun. They will not see the same under the same condition of lighting because their sensor recognizes different color science and color sensitivity on their different sides. You understand? Like I can see, like this my glasses are electronics for light, bright lights, to control bright lights. But if I take it out, I can still see, but I'll just be switching my eyes because my eye will try to balance. So what it does for me is to help me balance those lights, you understand? So I won't be switching my eyes and looking at because bright light. So that's how sensitive different eyes are, different sensors. So when you are telling me to frame and this is how the lens responds to the sensor. Some lenses will crawl. If you put some lenses, then put them on camera, they cut those is a practical class. So they cut some information out because they cannot see as large as the sensor. Do you understand? But some lenses can see. So by the time you see this camera, you can tell the sensor, you know the kind of lenses that can fit and can see well like this. Lenses also is another topic which has to do with light and different. There are some lenses that are plastic, and there are some lenses that are glass. And in glass, there are different ways of glass, different kind of glass. and sensitivity of those glasses. You understand? Right. Any other question? We talked about shots. See, types of shots are not much. They are not much. It's how you want to use them. I remember when I was asking someone like that, I was talking about types of shots. You have the medium close-up, you have the medium long shots. That's MLS and MS. MS and MLS. Now, medium close-up is anything like this. Like this. You can do delete series, you can do use of the screen like this. Now, it's usually recommended here because in action movie or like boxing or like cowboy movie, you'll be able to see the action and the expression. You'll be able to see if the guy is going for his gun, you'll see his hand and then you'll see his expression. You understand? Like in the good, the bad, and the ugly, things like that. So now, in MLS now, medium long is usually beneath the weight, beneath the knee. When it's like here, you understand? That's MLS, you understand? So now there's a long shot and there's extra long. Now a long shot can see this from the beginning to the end. Extreme can see this to the end and its environment, you understand? They're all long shot. They also see that. Yes. It's the same thing as that. It's the same thing as that. It's the same thing as that. So that brings me to, you please take note, what we call conceptual tools of cinematography. And what we call conceptual tools. It's also on my research work. In the conceptual tool of cinematography, master verification. In that master shot we're talking about, there are different types. There's one that will show you the environment and the actor in it and whatever he's doing. There's the one that will show you just the actor and maybe the star, not necessarily his environment. There's one that will show you just the actor and part of the star. They are still all long shots, they are still all long. Though sometimes I use the TV, why sometimes I use the film. You understand? The film is not only master, just a video long shot. From the extreme, or cannot be just enough. Now there's a difference between composition and framing. The quick one, the difference between composition and framing, you can read all of my research, is that one is arrangements of elements within the frame as composition. Giving rules, giving headroom, lead room, looking room, those maintaining all those rules, that's composition. You understand? Now, framing encompasses that, you understand? It involves when you're maintaining those rules and then you are carrying it along. Okay, framing is just the size. Let me put that. Framing is not to the size. The entirety, the size. That's framing. That's where you come with full frame. That's the size. Composition cannot necessarily be big, but it has maintained headroom, gives you a direction of where the actor is looking at. Gives you headroom, gives you all of the necessary rules. But framing now, the size of that. So in close-up, there are different sizes of close-up. That's where frame comes from. You understand? So you can have a close-up, you can have a big close-up. When that big close-up, there are big close-up is big close-up. Tight close-up, that's big close-up. You understand? It's only when you focus on a particular thing, the problem is how it's still big, you understand? Still big, it doesn't change. Not that what you are focused on is different, you understand? Now, there's a close-up that can be like this, but you can still see spaces, you understand? Now, that's the size of the thing. So they can read an stated difference between close-up and framing. There's nothing I can do much without practical class and without having like extra time or extra views. Even if I need to learn to do the whole thing, from morning section, after section, or just mumble jumble, or not like that. Because cinematography is a part of film. It's everything. you're a writer, you're a whatever, okay, in the directing class, I think you're seeing about the filmmaker because the devices from the film, the cinematographer, you shoot for edits, you have to shoot with edit in mind. If you're shooting for VFX, you have to shoot, you have to see the finish, and it's a creative process from the start. So, you have to be grateful and producer alone and want to have a finished job in your head. You're never having to work like zombies. You like practically be doing what they ask you to do. So you don't have your own input into it for the start. Yeah. So please, ask me what you do. Ask me what you do. That's all right. So I think that in the absence of any other thing, prepare 2 documents. Okay, please. Yes, I prepared, I have a document. It's a research work, like the thesis, the research work, you understand thesis, references and all of that. And there is a slide. This is just a slide. Now this slide did not cover the entire document that I prepared for this class. We only just prepared for, okay, one section, another section. Now this slide prepared for 3 days. This thing, like, if I'm to take it, I'm supposed to take it in 3 days, you understand? Now this slide you see, I designed it, the one in the background. Everything you see there in the picture are things like design, you understand? So the only difference are the things that I took, like the women and hair, those ones are not mine, everything, but you see all of the design, it's my design, you understand? We are taking it one after the other. So there's a document, a thesis, and there's a presentation, like this. So we need all I just spoke. And it's different between frame and composition, different between time, era, and period, lighting property, designing of light, genre of light, film noir, chiaroscuro, and amazing shots, how to use it, steps to follow, everything I need to do. All I would have done is just to come interact and then we try. You understand this? I'm sure it's a baby festival, maybe subsequently, the time and you wanted to ask questions. So the document, you will share it with me.
Okay.
Yes, you will share it. Color, yes, it's called color psychology. I don't like calling it color combination. It's color psychology. Because if you say color psychology, it makes you sense because colors have psychological meaning. And they have so how I pick them and combine them also connect the story. My name, I did video on the class. I did, and I even showed it there. And that's how I started. I mentioned how I started, right? I don't do yes, I did. I'm a full-time professor. I practice training. I'm also a researcher. I'm the first ever film study diploma in film. I'm a BFA in film. I'm an MSc in film. I'm doing PhD in film, right? I'm doing film. I'm doing film and multimedia technology. And in my class, I'm giving us everything in film. Like in my class, it is film. Other PhD are media agency, media advocacy, media big media. I'm the only one in film studies. And I'm practicing too. And I'm doing underwater photography and other things. So I bring all the gadgets and dive into the water and shoot and I've done that before. Why are you clapping? It's something I started from I started with photography. It's something I started very well. So I was very young when I started photography. Then I was incorporated into film and all of that. So I basically use almost about.
Hello. Oh. Hello.